How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene of sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
He's calling out cults and conspiracies wild. Gnostic sex cults and theories compiled. But one question's raised and it's blocked on the spot. No room for dissent in the world he's got. But the crowd starts to laugh and they're starting to see a whole lot of words that just don't agree. Oh, Emperor James, are you feeling the breeze? Might wanna look down, see what's caught at the knee. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, slipped down by his own price. The fat is an intellectual line. Oprah's got mind control, powers divine. He's calling Saint Michael the devil in charge and telling the Catholics they got it too large. Oh, James, don't you know it's a tricky game when you're calling out folks but you're doing the same. You say it's the truth only you understand, but the crowd's got a mirror showing just where you stand. He's the Emperor with no clothes, nobody knows. Shout it aloud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. Now the lights start to fade and the truth comes around. His theories unravel like threads on the ground. The court starts to giggle, the people all cheer, for the emperor's naked, the truth's finally here. She's the emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows. Shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. So here's to the lesson, let's give it a toast to emperors walking in nothing but boast. Join Karlyn's cult and open your eyes. She's here to expose James's epic lies.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
What up, everyone? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I have had one hell of a week. How have you guys been? Are you ready for it to be Friday? I'm kind of ready for it to be Friday. Just in time. Oh, I totally forgot about this. James is doing a conference tomorrow, isn't he? Or now? Is it? It's like this weekend or something? I don't know. James Lindsay is doing some sort of conference, but that doesn't actually have anything to do with why I wanted to do this little stream today. You know, listen, man, we have left James alone for a long time, mostly because I quite frankly got really bored by him. It's like you have to give James credit to a certain extent, because it's like the commitment that asshole has to the total and complete farce that he has created. It is impressive. You know, it just goes to show that it really is a lesson in it's a lesson for all of us. It's a lesson that if you just fully commit to an act, if you embrace it just completely, if you even lie to yourself to convince yourself that it's true in order to convince everyone else that it's true, it is a commentary on the power of the mind and the power of intention, where James Lindsay, and again, I take at least partial credit for driving James insane. Like my community, people don't know this, we don't get the credit we deserve for this. We started targeting James with a pressure campaign in like mid-2023. And James pretended he didn't, James pretended he didn't know about us, but that wasn't true, because at the same time as we were targeting James with a pressure campaign, we found out that James was literally stealing my work verbatim, like repeating lines that I had used on Socialism Saturday for months and months and months, repeating them in his speeches to like the Moms for Liberty people. and also overtly admitting that he was stealing stuff from other people. We outed him as being a complete intellectual fraud. All we wanted was for him to tell the truth about the left, because the stuff that James was telling his audience, even back in 2023, was completely unhinged from reality. It was completely unhinged. James wrote this whole book about queer Marxism, or queer in schools, with this guy, Logan Lansing. The book was completely unhinged from reality. Now, like, me and my community, we're not simple-minded folk. A lot of conservatives, a lot of people who follow like the Twitter bullshit, they're simple-minded folk. And that's honestly the nicest way I can say it. They're simple-minded folk that don't have the intellectual capacity or intellectual curiosity to look behind the surface. And so if some influencer comes along and says, guys, this is about pedophiles and it is bad. If someone comes along and says that, the simple-minded folk on the right are going to go, yeah, pedophiles bad, and all that stuff, and they're going to get all riled up over it, and then they're going to give James a lot of money because he's telling them exactly what they want to hear. The problem is that my community was listening to queer Marxism and queer activists for years and years and years, and so when James was shilling all this bullshit out to the right, me and my community knew he was full of shit. We could debunk him with video evidence. Everything he was telling the right was completely unhinged. And so we started a pressure campaign against him in 2023 to get him to either A, shut the fuck up, or B, start telling the truth about what was going on, because unlike James and his audience, we actually care about this stuff. My community is a serious community that cares about understanding what the left is doing. A lot of us spend a lot of our times researching it, discussing it, collecting their propaganda, trying to put it out there in the public in a way that people can grasp and understand. We take this very seriously. And so when assholes like James are out there lying to millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people, regardless of what the primary source evidence says, that's a problem for me. And so we started a pressure campaign against James in 2023, and I at least take, partial credit for driving James insane. We worked very hard at this. We were memeing James all the time. We've written multiple songs about James. We were debunking James's stuff all the time. We had clip after clip after clip that we were putting in the replies of people to debunk his stuff. And James slowly went more and more and more insane. And if you think James didn't know about us, well, hang on.
What does I don't know. This might be coded, but I'm not sure. What does a Gnostic sex cult have to do with the far left's goal? This guy named Bot is going off about this Gnostic sex cult. What that?
And so we're just not going to answer that question.
Okay, so that's I figured that. So we're just okay. That's why I figured that. Yeah.
Things got so bad. James got so pissed off at us that apparently James reported me to the police. I'm not kidding about this. For watching his content on the internet and debunking it. And James has tried to get me kicked off of YouTube on multiple occasions. James and his audience have tried to mass report my channel. This is real. I have James on video saying this. So if anyone questions my bona fides, I literally have James on video saying this. James and his audience targeted my YouTube channel with mass reporting because he wanted to get my YouTube channel banned because I was running around watching his interviews and debunking them in real time and having people watch or ask inconvenient questions in the chat. And so James said that we were harassing him on YouTube and I should get my channel banned. And then he literally went to the police, and James said it in an interview one time that the police told him that the reason my YouTube channel wasn't banned is because I'm a Fed. So I take at least, also I'm friends with James Lindsay's stepdaughter, who told me and everyone else that James forced her mother to be in an open marriage with him so he could fuck all his groupies at the Moms for Liberty events. And then that got out all over the internet, and I made friends with James Lindsay's stepdaughter, and she likes me way more than she likes James, by the way. She's a really nice girl. And then she's 28 years old, by the way. She's a grown-ass adult, and James accused me of grooming his 28-year-old stepdaughter. So that's how serious James takes this, is apparently you can groom a 28-year-old woman if they don't like James Lindsay. Anyway, I bring all this up just because, you know, maybe there's some new people on the channel that don't know the backstory. I'm the person that drove James insane. My community did that. You're all welcome. And because of our fine effort at driving James insane, I kind of take at least a little bit of partial credit for the downward spiral that James did around all this woke right bullshit. And we were following it for a while, but James fully, like, something snapped. And also, I mean, I can't take full credit for it. Nick Fuentes and the Groypers were also working very hard on driving James insane, and I think they did an admirable job. I'm not trying to take away anything from Nick and the Groypers. They also participated, but I just want it to be known that from the very beginning, this was me, and I started it, and I'm not upset about it. Even Nick would admit it. Hang on, where is Nick admitting it?
We're going to war against James Lindsay. You keep James Lindsay up at night. I got to come and visit you in his head where you live rent-free. I got to come and visit Karlyn. Knock, knock. We're inside James Lindsay's brain. We're inside Chris Rufo and James Lindsay's brain where she has taken up a residence there permanently. And she's performing. She's doing shows there. She got a 10-year contract to do her talk show. No, but thank you very much. You're right. The left is going to come back pretty hard. Empire Strikes Back again.
Yeah. We were here first, and we want credit for being here first, is all I'm saying. So with that nice little trip down memory lane, I've kind of wanted to do a little woke right catch-up episode for a while, and Fridays are a good day to do it because Fridays on the channel, we kick back, we watch dumb content, we drink beer. I may or may not get drunk and pass out on the internet. That's only happened one time, and there were extenuating circumstances for that, so I don't really take responsibility, but I do have beer to drink, and I hope you guys have some beer too, and we're just going to chill out. It's a beautiful day in New Hampshire. Hope it's beautiful where you live. We're just going to chill out, watch some content, drink some beer. I'm going to do some knitting. Does that sound good to everyone? So this was really inspired for me, and actually, well, should I do that? Should I do that? Hang on. Well, we'll get into, like, let me show you what we're gonna watch. The thing that really solidified today's little adventure into the woke right for me was James has been posting these videos where he just talks into his cell phone, kind of like the videos I started posting where I just talked into my cell phone that we're starting to do really well. Every single time I do a video just talking into my cell phone about what the left thinks and what the left is doing and all that stuff, it ends up getting a lot of views. So James took a note from that, and then he started doing videos where he talks into his cell phone with his hot takes. And James posted this video today, and you guys have got to watch it. It's like, if you haven't watched James for a while, we are about to go down the rabbit hole of, like, actual psychosis here. I'm confident about that. So James posted this video, and he says, rising anti-Semitism and racism like we're seeing now aren't new. This is a playbook that's been run many times in many places, and the results are always the same. Eventually, people wake up to the evil, and the participants are ruined. Stop letting them use you. James sounds like a fucking leftist. Does James have no self-awareness at all? He sounds like a leftist in this video. Listen.
Hey guys, it's James Lindsay. You got a minute? There's a lot going on right now. There's a lot of people blaming Jews and Israel for everything in the world right now. We're all seeing it. It's crazy. There's anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry, Jew hate. They're all on the rise, and all the influencers that you turn to keep turning the temperature up and never down. This isn't some new revelation in the world, guys, that Jews run everything. It's not something people are just figuring out. It is a psyops. That's what they want you to think, and I don't mean the Jews. This is recycled propaganda that has been done again and again and again throughout history, and it induces a kind of madness. People, once they start blaming the Jews, are deranged. And it's being done by people who want to take power by blaming and scapegoating other people, especially minority races, and especially the Jews. And they're using you because they're propagandizing you. They're not teaching you, they're not educating you, they're not informing you, they're not pulling back the veil, they're not helping you. These influencers are driving you insane. And this madness, you need to understand, always passes. And the same thing always happens when it does. People realize that bigotry, Jew hatred, anti-Semitism, racism, all these things are evil, and then the results are as predictable as the sunrise. All the people who participated in these evils have their lives destroyed. Whether it's the Red Guard in Mao's China, he rounded them up and killed them all. Whether it's the Hitler Youth in Nazi Germany, once this madness passes, whatever it is, it's going to be a rough ride for everybody who participated, especially now because social media is forever and your anonymity is a lot thinner than you probably think. So what about the influencers pushing this stuff on you? They don't care. They have an agenda. They have a job to do, and you are just a tool in that agenda. Your life, your future, means nothing to them. All they care about is operational success, completing their mission, and using you to do it is no big deal. They are using you, and when they are done with you, they will leave you to rot. They don't need you anymore. And you can take this to the bank. It only happens this way every time. So I hope it helps you realize what's going on, what you're getting pulled into, what you're doing, and I hope it helps you to get to doing the right thing sooner rather than later.
So I saw that video today, and I was like, James has gone full leftist. Like, am I crazy to say that he didn't sound any different than a leftist in that video? Like a senior citizen old lady social justice warrior is like, let me tell you kids about your bigotry and your anti-Semitism. It's like, you can almost see James like waving a cane, you damn bigots and anti-Semites. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, he is honestly convinced that he is surrounded by these horrible, heinous bigots and anti-Semites, and they're all out to get him. Oy vey! Yeah, he's real serious. He's very serious. James looks a little bit upset. Not gonna lie. So, yeah, because he lost all his relevance. So I saw this video today and I was like, we have to do the woke right laughing episode now. We have to do it. There's just no other choice. There hasn't been any other good content this week that's come out. I guess Tucker Carlson interviewed some guy that they're calling Tucker Carlson a Nazi again for, but I don't really feel like watching Tucker today. I don't really feel like watching the same old, maybe we weren't told the truth about World War II interview today. Like, duh. I don't feel like watching that right now. I feel like having some beers and laughing at some idiots on the internet. And so I've got a couple things picked out for us today that we are going to laugh at. The first thing we're going to laugh at is the Babylon Bee kid. We watched this kid a little bit the other day. There's this kid, Mikale Olson, who works for the Babylon Bee, who is kind of like running around the internet doing the dirty work of James Lindsay and Joel Berry and all those people at the Babylon Bee and in that little clique. And the reason I want to watch him is this kid is retarded. But this kid also did an interview with James a couple months ago. You can see it right here. And I kind of think it'll be funny to watch James interact with this kid because this kid's going to basically be on his knees sucking James's cock the entire time. He's so enamored by James. Like, oh my God, James, you are the best and those woke right people are awful and all this stuff. And so I think it's going to be funny to watch James talk to this kid and just see how that discussion develops, because obviously James is going to talk to this kid a little bit differently than he's going to talk to like Jordan Peterson or Konstantin Kisin or any of these other people that he does interviews with. And so I just think that'll be funny and hilarious. And so I thought that we would watch that for a while. And then I have to say, it's time, Keri. It's time to do another. Keri Smith is back on the channel. And the reason that Keri Smith is back on the channel is because Keri Smith is a psychotic person that made it her business to make my life difficult for at least 2 straight years. And I thought that Keri even wrote an essay about how I was her abusive mother. She smeared me all over the internet, all that stuff. Keri's mission for 2 straight years of her miserable life was to shut me up and silence me, because Keri was upset that I got more attention than she did in 2020 for being the Democrat that left the left and the knitter. And Keri really wanted to be the Democrat that left the left and the knitter, even though Keri doesn't knit. But Keri hangs out with the knitting community and she fakes being a knitter, whereas she never actually learned how to do it. But I was actually the real deal. I was actually the real Democrat that left the left and also was a knitter at the same time. And so Keri got super jealous of me, and she started a massive smear campaign against me, and she recruited all of her friends to get involved with it. And, you know, just in case people want receipts for everything I say, of course I have receipts for everything I say. You can find the receipts for everything I say at survivingkerismith.substack.com, because this documented thoroughly the 2 years of living, breathing hell that this bitch put me through, doxing my college boyfriend, smearing me all over the internet, planting hit pieces on me, doing everything her psychotic ass could to get me to shut up. And none of it worked, and Keri lost, and she is still obsessed with me to this day. Keri Smith is literally still obsessed with me to this day, still posts about me to this day, still does the same old smear campaign about me that she was doing 2 years ago to this day. But the difference between now and then is that there's literally nothing they can do to me now. These people did everything they could. They went through every part of my life. They tried to find every single thing they can twist and use against me. The worst thing they found was doxing my college fucking boyfriend, because they were upset that I was getting more attention than they were, and they wanted to drag me through the mud, so they used him to get to me. And but the thing is, they blew their load. They were so sure. They were so sure that if they just doxed my college boyfriend and dragged him through the mud to get to me, and they were so sure that if they just clipped me out of context enough times, that eventually I would shut the fuck up and go away. But what Keri doesn't seem to understand is I am an Aries woman with Pluto in my first fucking house, and you do not fuck with me. So I have a little bit of a history with this bitch. And you know what? I'm a little bit tired of Keri continuing to make comments about me on the internet without me responding. So this is going to be the second video that we watch, and I'm probably going to have a beer or two before we watch it, just so I'm good and lubed up with my comments. But I want to start off with this. You know what I've noticed? Because this is an attack that Keri has used against me for years. Do you know what I've started to notice about Keri? Not to sound like a mean girl or anything, but Keri is getting fat. Now, listen, I'm very used to being called fat and ugly on the internet. I'm called fat and ugly on the internet every single day of my life. I've gotten used to it to a certain extent. Keri's not used to it, though. And Keri is gaining weight. And Keri is getting fat. And I gotta say, Keri, given how many pictures you and your asshole friends have photoshopped of me, given how many AI photos that you and your friends have made of me to make me look significantly heavier than I actually am, if you talk to Keri and her friends, you would think that I'm like a 400-pound fucking behemoth. And that's just not true. But they Photoshop pictures of me, they put it all over the internet to try to shut me up, and now, lo and behold, Keri's getting fat. And you know, we got a couple other... I started noticing Keri was getting fat when she posted these pictures in these pants, where I was like, Keri, you're a small woman. What the fuck is going on with your thighs? What's going on? Like, unlike... I have an ass and I have hips. Like, people are not surprised when I have thighs, but like... Keri is a tiny little woman, and she's got thighs that are as big as mine now. What the fuck is going on, Keri? What the fuck's going on there? And then I saw this picture, and I was like, oh, I know what this looks like. Oh, I know what's going on here. I've got the British chin too, Keri. I understand. My entire family has the British fucking chin. I know what's going on here. Uh-oh, Keri's getting fat. Oh no, Keri's getting fat. I'm just pointing this out that, you know, maybe Keri, maybe since you spent years making fun of me and your friends spent years making fun of me and literally trying to harass me to get me to kill myself, because that was ultimately what they were trying to do. They were trying to harass me until I killed myself. I know that because people that were working with them defected and they came and told me. I'm just saying, Keri, wouldn't it be a shame if other people started doing to you exactly what you did to me for years? I'm just saying, it would be a shame, Keri. It would be a shame. So we're going to watch some of Keri's video today. Keri recently did a video called Popular Podcast Pushing Hitler Praise. Keri, just like James, is convinced that she is surrounded by woke right Nazis. And so that's what we're doing today, guys. That is what we're doing on the show today. If you don't want to see me be bitchy and catty and, well, a little ridiculous, today's not the day for you to watch. If you're looking for far left analysis, don't watch today. You can watch a couple days ago. We did a great stream a couple days ago. We're going to do, we've done like, if you're looking for leftist analysis today, go watch something else. Go watch a previous stream that I've done that you haven't seen before, because we are being, I'm going to be a bitch today. I'm going to be a bitch today. Like, I'm just going to say it. Like, there's just no getting around it. I'm going to drink some beer, and I'm going to be a catty, dramatic bitch, and that's just going to be the way it goes. So that is what we were doing on the show today, guys. Let's see. As a reminder, this is happy hour. On a happy hour, we drink beer. Before we get into the beer vote, I do just want to remind people that there's only a couple more days to get the discount on the new merch in the Red Menace Supply Company merch store. This is my merch store, newly relaunched. It used to be called the Unwoke Art Store, but you're still going to get awesome designs. It's just called something different now because James Lindsay ruined the word woke for me. I can no longer use the word woke because James completely ruined it for me forever. So I had to change the name of my merch store from the Unwoke Art Store to Red Menace Supply, which honestly is a lot more badass anyway. We've got a new design in the store for the Bonfires Are Needed design. This is one of the requested designs that I've had over the past several months. It is now in the store. It's a cool monochromatic orange design. You can get it on black. You can also get it on, wait for it, lighter colors for Judy always, but I really like the orange one. Look at the orange one. Doesn't that look cool? Anyway, you can get that design on hoodies, long sleeve shirts, all sorts of other stuff. And all merchandise with this design on it is 25% off through Sunday. Every time I add a new design to the Unwoke Art Store, it is 25% off for the first week of launch. So if you really like it, pick it up and you'll get a little bit of a discount. I'm going to be adding more merch to the store soon. In fact, I just made a new design last night. Because the bubonic plague is back. The bubonic plague is in California. And so I was like, I have a plague doctor. My logo is a plague doctor. Like, my time has come. I love plague doctors. Plague doctors are the best. I've got a fuck ton of plague doctor designs, and I just made a new one last night, and it is another cool piece of Red Menace Collective propaganda. The Red Menace Collective is like my VIP book club who support my work via my publishing company to, when I write books and that sort of thing. And so the people who are in the Red Menace Collective actually get advanced reading copies and draft chapters in my books kind of as I'm writing them. So I'm doing this whole merch series where I'm doing basically a Red Menace Collective series of propaganda. You can see I also have other Red Menace Collective propaganda. This is the first one I made. I have this shirt. I love this shirt. I was wearing it last week. So I like doing this sort of stuff where we're taking like the idea of the plague doctor and just making like really cool propaganda and designs and things like that. And so because the bubonic plague is back in California, I am launching a new design. And doesn't it look sick? Come on. It just looks cool. And so that's going to be going up in the Red Menace Supply Company probably on Monday. So you'll be able to pick it up then. And is there anything else? Now let's get some beer. You guys want some beer? Hang on. As is tradition on Fridays, I go to the craft beer store and I pick up 4 craft beers. Not that I'm going to drink all 4 beers, but these rings come in 4. And I'm a type of person where I don't like odd numbers, so I have to fill up all 4 rings. It's a little bit of an OCD thing. So what we do on Fridays is I tell you what beer I bought at the beer store, and you guys vote on which one I drink first. And we're going to start today with another pumpkin beer. Now, this is the only pumpkin beer for this week, but I had to try it. This is from Voodoo Ranger. Voodoo Ranger is often touch and go with me. I want to love Voodoo Ranger, but I don't always love Voodoo Ranger. But I had to try this one. It is 6.4% alcohol. It's a really cool can. And this is a pumpkin beer with cinnamon and chili. So they actually put spicy peppers in this pumpkin beer. I don't know. Maybe it'll suck. Maybe it'll be awesome. That is our first choice for beer today. That is the Atomic Pumpkin. Our second choice is from Spyglass Brewing. Spyglass Brewing is a brewery in New Hampshire that I really, really love that does amazing sour beers and dessert-style beers. They recently did that strawberry shortcake-style beer that I really, really loved. My favorite beer they've ever done is the berry cheesecake beer, which they now don't even put in cans anymore. You can only get it at the brewery, but I don't live that far away from the brewery, so that's not really a problem. Anyway, This is a key lime pie sour. I love key lime pie. It is the best. And I love it in a beer even more. So that is our second option. What is the alcohol content on this? 6.9%. A 7%er. How unexpected. That is our second option for today. Our third option. This is one of my favorite all-time beers. Because it is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the form of a beer. This is from Branch Blade Brewing Company. Branch Blade Brewing is also in New Hampshire. It is in Keene, New Hampshire. They do a series of these beers called Snack Lunch. They're sometimes a little bit different, but this is essentially a double grape jelly and peanut butter sour. And the reason that I love these beers is you can really taste the peanut butter. They go overboard on the peanut butter in these beers, where it does actually taste like you are drinking a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. What is the alcohol content? 6% alcohol. They call this a fluffernutter sour, but we're going to be calling it a PB&J beer because that's what it tastes like. That is option number 3. And our last option for today is also from Branch Blade Brewing Company. And I've had this one before, but I haven't had it in a while. And, you know, does anyone like the movie The Sandlot? Any Sandlot fans out there? I loved the movie The Sandlot. I loved baseball growing up. I actually played baseball. I didn't like softball. I didn't play softball with the girls. I played baseball with the boys. I loved baseball growing up. The Sandlot was one of my favorite movies. Branch Blade Brewing did a You're Killing Me Smalls stout. This is a s'mores stout. And this is a 10% alcohol content beer. So this is a very, 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 very alcoholic beer. It is very imperial. Hopefully you guys don't make me drink this one first. This is more of like a second or third beer. This is a sipping beer, okay? This is a sipping beer. But you can vote for it if you want. That is our last option for today. So we're going to put the poll in the chat. Got it. Got it. Again, our options are the Atomic Pumpkin, the pumpkin with chilies and cinnamon. We got the key lime pie. We got the PB&J beer. Or we've got You're Killing Me Smalls s'mores stout. You guys let me know which one you want me to drink. And in the meantime, I'm going to pull up our first video with young Mikale Olson and the retard James Lindsay. And in the meantime, guys, if you're drinking something fun, let me know in the chat. There we go. All right, we're going to be watching this interview that this Babylon B asshole did with James, and we're going to see what they talked about. Last chance to vote on the beers, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The PB&J beer it is. Holy shit, I didn't expect that one to actually win. Did not expect the Fluffernutter to win, but that is a good choice. Let's get that poured. I just got sprayed. You guys remember when that Beetlejuice beer exploded all over my desk? Now check out the color. Check out the color. You guys are going to love this. This is a double grape jelly peanut butter fluffernutter sour. Look at the color of this. It's a deep blood red. It's so pretty. It has the consistency of like a grape juice. Cheers, everyone. This is what I should drink if I'm going to be a vampire for Halloween. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Shut the fuck up, Tim. Yes, it is. All right, let's get into it. Let's see what happened.
I'm so excited for you guys to listen to this episode. For those of you that don't know who James Lindsay is, which at this point it's probably very few of you, Allow me to give you a little bit of an intro.
See, he's on
James
his
is a
knees
renowned
already.
scholar in all things Marxism and critical theory. He's the founder of New Discourses. He's written several books relating to Marxism and critical theory, from cynical theories
Not
with
as
Helen
many as
Pluckros,
me.
to race Marxism, to the queering of the American child with Logan Lansing, to the Marxification of education. He's proven himself time and time again as competent in discussing these ideas. James has been an outspoken voice, and a leading voice at that, on the right, speaking up against the woke left. And now he's noticed a similar phenomena rear its head on the right. A little caveat to this interview specifically, I had some major technical issues with my audio. Of course, that would happen for this interview. And so the audio you'll hear from my end doesn't sound that great. You'll still be able to hear everything I'm saying, don't worry. But the quality just isn't there like it is right now. So bear with me. That said, I begin the interview by asking James the simple question, and the foundational question to this entire conversation. What is the woke right?
Yo,
Here's what he has
for
to say.
real,
It's
for real.
woke people that push right-wing values. I don't know why this is the least bit complicated to anybody. In fact, I don't think it's complicated to anybody.
The woke right are woke people who push right-wing values. This is a good time to remind everyone that James is a classical liberal. That means that James is a liberal. That means James is on the left. James has never been a conservative. James has never been on the right. A lot of people on the right think James is on the right. They're like, classical liberals are really on the right. No, no, no. No, no, no. Classical liberals are liberals. That means they don't like conservative policies.
At this point, I think that the people online are either faking or pretending that it's complicated, or they are actually woke right, refuse to admit it about themselves, or therefore in denial, and therefore try to say things like woke right doesn't mean anything. And so it's confusing. But what we have is, what I've run into is that if I go out in real life and I talk to people, and I've got about, I don't know, 10 friends who have told me the same story, some of whom are, pretty savvy individuals. And it doesn't matter if they're talking to kind of politically engaged people. It doesn't matter if they're talking to absolute normal people. And the phrase woke right comes out of their mouth, and the person says back, what is a woke right? And they say, it's people on the right who act exactly like the woke. They're usually doing identity politics. It's usually anti-Jewish. It's pro-white. It's pro-Christian, whatever. But it's blatantly identity politics the way the woke did it, period. The end. Everybody gets it. Oh, I've seen those people.
Yeah,
so
right.
Everybody understands this. I mean, we can talk as deep as we want. Woke means having critical consciousness. I've done like a million things explaining. When they say, James has changed the definition to sneak this in and says woke means critical consciousness. Like, dude, go back.
Critical consciousness means that you understand that you are part of an oppressed class that is oppressed by capitalism, is a specifically Marxist term, where the goal of socialists is to wake people up to the fact that they are part of an oppressed class that they may not realize they're a part of. James has incorrectly applied this to the right because he doesn't understand what they actually believe.
To 2019,
the funny part is
2017, when I was saying that about the left.
Yeah, the funny part is I mean, going back to a lot of your work that you've done, back in 2020 and during the George Floyd era, talking about BLM, you're saying the exact same thing. It's
literally the same thing.
Yep.
I have changed nothing except that I'm saying it also applies to some people who are on the political right, not just people who are on the political left. At no point did I go around running straw men like woke just means being like an angry lesbian feminist or something like that, or a BLM person or Antifa. I mean, people like Tucker Carlson have said that, and they tried to summarize, and I just kind of put my hand on my face. It's like, that's not like, that's back before kind of Tucker became this character of suspicion, and he would give these oversimplified, highly particular.
Everyone is a character of suspicion for James. Everyone is everyone is on the woke right. Are you listening to a podcast I don't like? You're on the woke right. Are you interviewing someone I don't like? You're on the woke right. Tucker Carlson is a man of suspicion. Well, Tucker Carlson is suspicious for many reasons, but it's not because he's on the fucking woke right. It's because he's a Fed.
Definitions of woke, and it's just like, nope. So let me just give you an example here, right? So I made an encyclopedia.
James just said in an interview that leftists don't think they're all oppressed by the same thing, but they're all oppressed in the same way. Yet again, James doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes. This is like, it is so. Oh, I get so angry about this. James has literally duped millions and millions of people, and he doesn't know 101 level information about the left.
Encyclopedia of woke terminology on my website I called Translations from the Wokish. I wrote the first 75 entries in 2019 before the website launched in early 2020. I've included revision dates for the most recent time that I changed any of these essays or these explanations, right? So here I have open the entry for woke/wokeness. The last revision I did to this was February 24th, 2020. Let me read you the first sentence that I wrote. In brief, woke means having awakened to having a critical consciousness. It's exactly the same thing I said last week, and everybody.
So what James is saying is the right has woken up to having a critical consciousness, but they haven't. Because critical consciousness is very specific to understanding you are oppressed by capitalism. James is and this is the part that pisses me off the most. We used to give James the benefit of the doubt because there were so many people on the right who understood or who did not understand that the left is always attacking capitalism. Always. Everything they do is about attacking capitalism. There were a lot of people on the right who didn't understand this, and we kind of gave James the benefit of the doubt, and we were kind of like, does he just not fucking get this? But then you hear stuff like this where he's saying they're oppressed by critical consciousness. That very literally means understanding that you are oppressed by capitalism. It is extremely specific, but James relies on the ignorance of his own audience. Do you want to know why we were pressuring James for months and months and months to just say the word capitalism, and he refused to say the word capitalism because he relies on the ignorance of his audience to shill his bullshit narrative. If his audience understood critical consciousness means understanding you're oppressed by capitalism, then he wouldn't be able to apply the term to the right because the right is not saying that they're oppressed by capitalism. I like that Karlyn has taught me more than James knows about in 2 episodes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Common story. Common story.
He said James changed what he's saying. And so I haven't written on this since, I haven't edited that article since 2020, February 2020. It's over 5 years old at this point, and I'm saying exactly the same thing.
Well, I read that.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I read that paper that you wrote recently, that 17,000 word essay.
20, actually. Published 20. When I read it as a podcast, it was 17. And then I was like, man, there's some typos. And as I went through, I was like, a Hitler quote would go really well right here. Let's add this. Let's add that. Let's reorganize a little bit. I need one more paragraph. So I added 2,700 more words. So it's 20,500 words.
And for the first, especially for the first half of it or so, where you're just describing what critical theory is and you're describing what woke is, I'm like, I've definitely heard you say this before. And everything else you've written, it's like, it's exactly the same thing. So then there's so many people online here that are saying that there's no real definition and James is making up something new to try and grift.
He
blah,
is
blah, blah, blah,
making up something new.
And it's like the only people that are changing definitions are the so-called woke people, are the people adopting these tactics.
And now we're going down. If you don't agree with James's bullshit definitions, that's proof that you're woke. If you don't agree with everything that comes out of James's mouth, even when there is mountains of evidence to the contrary, that is proof that you are woke.
Saying exactly the same thing you've said for 5-6 years. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. So the earliest that I am certain, because I got in a fight with somebody that was a leftist about this, was in 2017, fall of 2017. Okay. So now we're actually going even further back in time, almost 7 full years or something like this, maybe longer. I can't do the math. And so it's like early fall, September, October-ish, and I'm trying to explain woke, and these leftist people I was still friends with were not having it. They didn't get it. In fact, what I'm experiencing from the woke right is identical to what I experienced from these people on the woke left 7 or 8 years ago. I mean, perfectly identical. So I end up, I'm reading about it every day, and one day I have this like.
So James, you're saying that your lived experience is part of your analysis here? Are you really feeding us this is my lived experience?
Like low grade argument going on with this one person that I was friends with. And so one day I'm reading and I happen to stumble across this Wikipedia entry that describes critical constructivist epistemology, which is a mouthful, but I'm reading it and it's like bullet points of what it is. And you can still find it's a little bit hard because it's not the critical constructivism entry. It's like some education entry and it has a section in it. And I'm sure I could find it within half an hour and send it to you. But at any rate, it like still exists. At least about a few months ago, I saw it. So it still existed at least. And so anyway, I read this and I'm like, holy crap, this is what they believe. This is the woke ideology. Critical constructivist epistemology is the real name for it. And that's in 2017, unambiguously is when that was, because I know exactly what the circumstances of this argument was. And so here I am, and I end up talking to this person again later. And it's like, what in the world do you mean by this? I don't know if we were calling it social justice or what we were calling it, critical social justice or something at the time. And I was like, this. And I sent the Wikipedia article and said, it is this. This is the thing I'm talking about. And here's what I disagree with. And the reply was, you're not making an argument. You're just quoting a random Wikipedia entry. And it's like, F-bombs, it's like, that's literally the definition. What do you want me to do with the definition? So now today, 2025, I'm still like, I don't care if you don't want to be called woke. I don't care if you think you're woke or not. If you have a critical consciousness, that's all it means.
It's exactly like
critical consciousness means believing you are oppressed by capitalism, you stupid fucking needle dick men.
Get so hung up on the term because, again, I think a lot of people, when they hear woke, because a lot of the misunderstanding of people like Tucker Carlson who've oversimplified what's happening and who've given a false perception of what the word is and what it's actually describing, because they'll point at, people with blue hair protesting at the Free Palestine event, and they think that's woke, right? And they're just looking at the manifestations of a certain cultural phenomenon that embodies woke ideas rather than the woke ideas themselves. And then they say woke right, and you're like, wait a second. The people have this reaction of like, and I see this all the time in my own replies. I see this reading your replies on Twitter. People have the same reaction where it's like, well, we're looking at these right wing people, and they say they're Christians and they don't have purple hair and they're not carrying pride flags and they're not doing all the woke things that we're used to seeing woke people do. And so they just assume, oh, well, this can't actually exist over here. There cannot be such thing as a woke right. But I think, kind of to your point here, they're misunderstanding what the word actually means and what it's describing. It's describing this like operating system, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I've described it that way a lot of times. This is like, okay, so again, I started doing all this in like 2013, 2012, possibly, but certainly 13 and 14. I'm already talking about this on the left.
Can we just talk about the fact that James has literally been, quote unquote, analyzing the left for 12 fucking years, and he still has not come to the understanding that everything the left is doing is about abolishing capitalism. Listen, I know that I showed up late to the party on the left. I know. I understand. Okay, I started waking up in 2019. I was a Democrat for 20 years. I started waking up in 2019. I started asking questions. But I went from knowing nothing in 2019 to going undercover at leftist events, fluently speaking their language within 2 years. Okay? James has been doing this for 12 fucking years. How is it that I was able to go from literally being a Democrat in 2019 to waking up, realizing something was wrong, starting to ask questions about it, starting to research it, starting to do deep dives into it, then suddenly stumbling upon the real socialist Marxist left, the activist left, the real people who are doing this in the real world, going undercover at their events, becoming an independent journalist, breaking more news stories about these people than literally anyone in the country, teaching millions of people about what these people think and what these people do. How did I go from zero understanding to, I mean, complete and total fuck off fluency within a couple of years? And James has been doing this for 12 years and he still doesn't understand that the number one enemy of the left is always capitalism. Hang on. Master Shake has sent us something that we need to look at. Is that 1 hour and 3 minutes, I assume? Yeah, we're gonna go. I almost watched this interview today, and then I thought it was too long. Hang on, Master Shake has given us the timestamp for that interview James did recently, where he said the left isn't really oppressed by capitalism or something. Minute 103. Okay, let's listen to what Master Shake has just for 2 minutes. Oh, shit. You can't hear that. You can't hear it, but I can fix that.
That we're going to protect our middle class existence, the production of what it means to be a person for the average person isn't in their economics, it's in their identity categories. Am I white? Am I black? Am I male? Am I female? Am I gay? Am I straight? All these cultural politics issues became the dividing strategy. And the seizing the means of production meant seizing the conversation around each of those identity issues that were core to who people think they are.
Wrong.
What you get out of that
Completely
with
wrong.
one extra piece that I'll save for a moment later in the next part that you wanted to talk about at education, what you get out of that is this Frankenstein's monster, Mandami, Palestine flag today, trans flag tomorrow, apparently nonsense movement that's just pulling the same Marxist wedge game, the division game across that line of stratification of resentment upward in whatever dimension works today. And when that dimension stops working today, they switch to a different dimension tomorrow. Run it till it stops working, switch to another one. Run it till it stops working, switch to another one. And they can do this, they can code switch if you want, literally on a time scale of years or weeks or months or hours or single conversation. They can be talking about, the Palestinian conflict and switch to queer right in the middle of it with no blink, with nobody doing anything, because the underlying logic is still the same. All of the oppressed are oppressed not by the same thing, but in the same way.
No.
Therefore, one oppression is
wrong,
homomorphic to another oppression. And if you understand the logic of one, the logic of the next is the same.
It's because they're all oppressed by capitalism, you fucking retard. Queer people are oppressed by capitalism. Palestinians are oppressed by capitalism as represented by Israel, the settler colonists. They are all oppressed by capitalism. No one is free until everyone is free means no one is free until we are all free of capitalism. James has a vested interest in his audience being ignorant. That's why he doesn't tell them the truth. Thanks for that, Master Shake. I'm much more pissed off than I was already. I'm gonna have to drink more. I'm just gonna have to drink more. It's fine. Just gonna have to drink more. Back to this.
I'm saying, it's different words because I didn't know the academic terminology yet, but I'm saying exactly the same thing. And one way that we can, it's like what I've been searching for this whole time is, okay, let's take the terminology. I think Gad Sad produced this terminology. Maybe it was just in the ether. Maybe somebody else did. Certainly Elon Musk made it universally famous, which is the woke mind virus. That's a terminology. Okay. Right. Okay. So somebody has a woke mind virus, and that has a number of symptoms, as Trump has said, first the mind goes, then the body goes. And so, there's this woke mind virus. And so what I've been pursuing for a decade is, what the heck is it? What is it that makes this mind virus operate this way? So when there's kind of two different ways, two different metaphors. One, I'll stay with the virus, and I'm going to give a different one that nobody ever understands, but I like it better, so I'm going to give it anyway. So the virus, imagine it's like a real virus, like measles or something, right? Or chicken pox. Chicken pox, I don't know that much about measles. I never had it, but I had chicken pox. And you get these little bumps all over your body that itch, right? That's a symptom of chickenpox. Everybody can understand that. Chickenpox is a small, tiny, itty-bitty little virus, but what happens on your skin are these extremely itchy pox boils, right? Okay, so they're looking at the pox boils, and then I'm saying, no, there's a virus that causes that, and there are other viruses that cause other things also that are similar. And they're like, no, if there's no itchy pox boils, it's not a disease, is more or less what I'm seeing. The other way that I like to describe this, and this actually, unfortunately, comes from the stupid Chinese thing that I ran into a long time ago that I thought was really poetic, where it talks about, it's actually more than poetic, it's from my martial art that I studied, and it talks about the kind of combative or combat-oriented energy of the lake as a symbolic motif, right? Okay, so why? Because it's one of the 8 trigrams is lake or swamp. And so the way that the lake is characterized in this, what amounts to the I Ching, which is an ancient book of Chinese divination and philosophy, the way that the lake motif is characterized is that it's broken apart on the surface and very powerful underneath. So if you know what I'm talking about with trigrams, if you're in the audience, if you don't, Mikale, it doesn't matter. But if the audience wants to know, it's 2 solid lines with a broken line on top. And if you don't know what that means, it doesn't matter. If you do know what it means, cool. The broken line represents the ripples on top of the water, right? The sparkly, that when you look out at water and it's got that ripply, sparkly feature, but all the current, all the energy, all the big scary animals, Ogopogo and the Loch Ness Monster, are under the surface. So most of the lake is not that first, 6 inches where all the ephemera happen. So when we look at wokeness and we say it's BLM rioting, pro-Palestine, LGBTQ lesbians, or whatever it is that Tucker Carlson puts out. I think he says LGBTQ race communists is the definition that he would always give it. I think that's it. What you're looking at is the ephemera. You're looking at the symptoms. You're looking at the outward expression. But when you say, why are these people acting this way? What you come back to, all you have to do is read their literature, which they publish like they have some kind of a tick and can't stop writing it. If you read the literature, you come back to critical consciousness again and again and again and again and again, going back.
How is it possible that James has allegedly read all of this stuff and he doesn't understand that the left believes they are oppressed by capitalism? How is this possible? Mizakan reads a bunch of the leftist books for us, and he highlights them, and Mizakan will be the first to say it. If you look at his Twitter feed, he will show this clearly. This is why people always used to tell me, they're like, Karlyn, are you sure that James is lying about this capitalism thing, or does James just not understand that this is about capitalism? Because are you really sure that James is lying? Maybe he just doesn't understand because the left doesn't say capitalism. What you need to understand is, if you actually read leftist books, and you actually read leftist manifestos, they say capitalism all the fuck off time. Like, literally, you cannot get through a single paragraph in a leftist book or a leftist manifesto without them making some reference to the term capitalism or saying it explicitly. And so this is how we know that James is lying, because there is no way in this universe that James has read all of the things that he claims he has read, and he does not understand that this is about capitalism. There is simply no way. Either James is lying and has never actually read the materials, or James is lying about what is in the materials. That's why we always show you guys. Mizakan literally just posts the text of the book on his Instagram, and it says, or on his Twitter feed rather, capitalism. Like, every fucking book is all about capitalism.
Decades in the literature, back at least to the 1970s, but arguably you can go much further back than that.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at one culture's manifestation of these ideas. And any culture can manifest them in any. The Chinese communists can manifest it. The Russians, in the
Correct.
United States, these different cultures can, but it's the
That's what Mao
same
did.
operates. Exactly.
Yeah, Mao and then Deng after him said that what they did in China was communism with Chinese characteristics. In other words, it took on specific characteristics relevant to the Chinese cultural condition and people. But in the essay that I wrote, I was very clear. I have an entire section or chapter, actually, chapter 3, woke left and right is what I called it.
Yeah, literally the slogan for the Party for Socialism and Liberation is end capitalism. If you look at the propaganda of like literally any leftist group, it's all about capitalism all the time.
Where I explain that what defines leftism in the relevant context is radical egalitarianism. They want to make society perfectly equal, what the Soviets called actual equality, which is like Fatcheskaya Ravенvesto or something like that. I can't pronounce the Russian, but I tried again. And so anyway, you can look this up. This is real. This is an actual program that real Soviets used called actual equality in English. And so this program is their ideal. It is radical egalitarianism. We're going to undo all of the imbalances and unfairness of the past. Everybody's going to be perfectly equal. And they call that state social justice. So a lot of people get this error that woke means social justice or pursuing social justice. That's woke when it manifests in a radically egalitarian or critical consciousness when it's in service to trying to figure out radical egalitarianism or leftism. So leftism, not just China or the United States or Europe or Germany, leftism is its own culture, which is radically egalitarian in its orientation. It wants radical equality, artificial, perfect, radical equality. And so it's going to obsess about inequalities or inequities. It's going to talk about racial disparities, sexual disparities, economic disparities, and so on. The right does not give a flying crap about inequality in that way. They're not radically egalitarian.
So you're saying the right doesn't believe that they're oppressed by this mysterious system, James, is what you're saying. The whole goal of the left believes that capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, creates all hierarchies. Hierarchies are created when some people at the top of the hierarchy have more stuff and more resources and more money than other people. That is what creates the hierarchy. That is the oppressor versus oppressed narrative. The haves versus the have-nots. The bourgeois versus the proletariat. The boss versus the worker. That is what the hierarchy is. The hierarchy is created by capitalism, private property ownership, and the goal of the left is to eliminate the hierarchy to create a world of equity in which all resources belong to everyone through the abolition of private property. That is what critical consciousness fucking means. Being aware that this hierarchy exists, being aware of who the haves are and the have-nots are, and being aware that you are probably part of the have-nots. That is what that is. And so what James has just said is, that's only the woke manifestation on the left. No, James, that is the manifestation of woke. Woke is fucking Marxism. It is only on the left. That is the only place it is. I'm getting so fired up about this. I didn't want to get this mad.
And culture on the right, however, is obsessed with its cultural inheritance as a people. And I've written a long essay recently.
The right, here's the other part of this I wanted to say. Oh, hang on. The right doesn't give a flying flip about eliminating hierarchy. This is the difference. The left wants to eliminate all hierarchy to create a world of equity. The right wants to entrench the fucking hierarchy. The right wants the hierarchy to exist. The right thinks hierarchy is a good thing. That is so to say, like, waking up to the fact that it's a critical consciousness. Critical consciousness is about the fucking hierarchy and wanting to eliminate the hierarchy. The left wants to eliminate the hierarchy with equity. The right wants to entrench the hierarchy. Two completely different things.
About that the personality trait, the personality identity of conservatives is a received identity, who you are as a person in your clan, in your family, in your faith, in your nation, in your community, and so on. And so you have a completely different motif, usually involving religious nationalism, but not always. It can be very genetic based, in other words, race based, like we see with Hitler. It can be esoteric in terms of how it approaches it. There's a lot of ways, but it's about having an inheritance you deserve through a hierarchy that was natural and legitimate that has been disturbed by too much tolerance. So it's a completely different thing that it does. It is not pursuing social justice. It is pursuing
James. Exactly, James. The right is completely fuck off different than the left. Exactly. James even just said it. You know, it's really completely different. Yeah, no shit.
Inheritance you deserve through a hierarchy that was natural and legitimate that has been disturbed by too much tolerance. So it's a completely different thing that it does.
Did you notice him stumble there? Because he knew he got caught. He knew he caught himself. He was like, it's a completely different thing that it does. I hope no one caught that. Oh, I'm sorry, James. I'm way smarter than you. It was easy for me to catch. He just admitted that the right is different than the left. Which this one clip undermines James's entire argument in favor of the so-called woke right.
It is not pursuing social justice. It is pursuing a rigid hierarchy that doles out the just rewards to the people who are supposed to get them.
Completely different.
This is, for example, when Franco ruled Spain, he's like fascism light, right? He's not as fascist as Mussolini or Hitler. He's like the fascist light. When one of the kind of mottos that Franco's inner circle had was Spain is for us, right? And so the idea was, and it not just the idea, in practice, if Franco or his inner circle or one of his designated people showed up, let's say you owned a jewelry store. Franco's wife loved pearls. She loved gorgeous pearls set in silver. So if you were a jeweler in Spain and you had a gorgeous set, thousands and thousands and thousands of, pesos or whatever, and very expensive, nice piece, and it had pearl set in silver, and one of Franco's representatives appeared, they would take it. They would not pay you. And if you said that they should pay you, you might get shot. That was the way that it worked. Spain is for us. And so you have this totally different mentality. These people saw themselves as the saviors of Spain, and therefore at the top of this radical hierarchy that all of Spain is designed to serve. And then the people who are in line with the program get, various levels of just desserts. It's a different structure. Rather than social justice and equality, it's rigid hierarchy of the somehow more deserving over less deserving.
Exactly, James. So again, by your own admission, the so-called woke right that wants hierarchy is completely different than the woke left that wants to destroy hierarchy. By your own definition, James. Critical consciousness means becoming aware of the hierarchy and wanting to eliminate the hierarchy via equity. That is what that means. So continuing this farce of saying you are woke because you have critical consciousness and the woke right is no different than the woke left. He literally just admitted that they are completely different philosophies. One has nothing to do with the other. They are on the opposite end of the spectrum.
As ordered by usually an identity, a cultural, or a religious argument.
So I know there's people like,
what created
for
the
example,
hierarchy, James?
Stephen Wolfe, who outright said that he's embracing critical theory. He's the author of Case for Christian Nationalism. Guys like Andrew Isker and C.J. Engel and others have kind of said similar things.
I said that they embrace Machiavellianism at the least as well, openly, which means that there are no morals in the pursuit of power because realpolitik means that ethics don't matter. That's basically what Machiavellianism means. They play this weird game with Machiavelli and say that he was like this, prototypical thinker of the Republican thinking, and therefore we're all supposed to like default to him, but because of his emphasis on realpolitik. But no, the guy was like, Machiavellianism is not a good word, right? That's not a word you associate with good guys.
It's not a positive thing when people use it. You generally, unless you're these guys, then you think it's a good thing. But it's crazy. And my question is, how
this poor kid.
Like, what are some tangible ways in which they're using this critical consciousness, critical theory in their particular movements. If that makes
Okay,
sense.
so I'll very quickly first, summarize a few other, not just to name names, but like Aaron Wren is an operator within this woke right space, mostly in the kind of the Christian nationalist circles, and he's written articles about the need for conservatives to embrace critical theory, aspects of postmodernism, aspects of Karl Marx, and to reclaim, he says, I don't know that conservatives ever claimed him, but to reclaim FDR. And so this is kind of, that's one example. Alistair McIntyre just recently died. Obviously, this is the namesake for the pseudonymous character Aaron McIntyre, who's a woke right agitator at the Blaze. And so Alistair McIntyre was formerly a Trotskyite, which basically means he was a communist who didn't like Stalin. And so there's a little more to it, but that's in practice what that more or less boiled down to. He later allegedly repents of his...
We have entered into the James talking about everyone he doesn't like section of the podcast.
Communism. And then this, Bishop Barron, Robert Barron's group, Word on Fire, put out a kind of in memoriam of McIntyre, who just died this week. And in the memoriam, it says, was there anything that you got from the Marxists that you've held on to in this interview from the 90s with him? And he was like, yeah, I
almost felt like this probably went without saying. I'm like, James is obviously not telling the truth about any of this. Now, I don't like Aaron McIntyre. I think Aaron McIntyre is an asshole, and I think he's boring, and I don't think he's very insightful. But James is not telling the truth about any of this.
wish every rich person was hanging from the nearest lamppost. And then he went on in this other article that a fellow sent me today, talking about how he's deeply indebted. While he disagrees with Marx and his conclusions and the Marxist conclusions, he's deeply indebted to Marxist critique and Marxist analysis of capitalism, liberalism, and society, and not just the critiques Marx himself offered, but the critiques that were offered and developed by later Marxists. And you have this same attitude appearing not just in contemporary commentators that are on like the internet. There've been a rampant defense, whether it's Mike Cernovich, whether it's Carl Benjamin, whether it's who knows how many of them have come out in defense of Karl Marx being a great writer, having great criticisms of great criticisms of liberalism and capitalism. You have them coming out defending Marx. You have Chris Rufo coming out, you know, he's relatively classically liberal as far as the kind of spectrum of woke right goes, but he's out defending Antonio Gramsci and his counter-hegemonic cultural Marxist model as a model for conservatives to embrace. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and we can talk about other people like whether it's Patrick Deneen, who said that we can pick up the tools of Marxism and that the analysis of liberalism and capitalism are very good. He's a serious philosopher on their side at Notre Dame. We could talk about the same kind of stuff coming from characters like Gladden Papin or Paul Gottfried, who's argued openly that there can be no such thing as a woke right and that I'm completely mistaken. We can just go down the list of these people embracing it. So it's not just a weird, like, couple of weirdos doing this. It is a mainstream in the woke right, from the philosophical to the activist to the commentator. It's everywhere. So that said, what kind of things are they doing with the critical consciousness? Let's talk about critical consciousness first. What is it?
We already talked about that, James.
Critical theory.
Capitalism.
Okay, let me back up because I've already switched words.
Capitalism.
Critical consciousness means having a consciousness of the world based in critical theory.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I can talk about critical theory. Critical theory was developed at the Frankfurt School, which was originally called the Institute for Marxism, but renamed itself the Institution for Social Research, or Institute for Social Research, and was directed through the late 1920s through probably, I forget when they changed hands, definitely after the 1940s, by a man named Max Horkheimer. I forgot the internal politics, but he was the director of the institute, certainly in 1937, when he published a book called Traditional and Critical Theory, and that's where the critical theory was defined. So Max Horkheimer, Frankfurt School neo-Marxist, develops the critical theory in this long essay that's very turgid and difficult to extract its meaning from. You're welcome to go read it. And then in 1969, he gives an interview, and he's explaining, it's in German, but it's got subtitles. He's explaining why he developed the critical theory in this 1969 interview. And he says, basically, we believed Marx believed that capitalism would immiserate the worker. And what we realize is that it doesn't immiserate the worker. It allows the worker to build a better life. But
did he just literally say that this is about capitalism, but he doesn't agree with Marx? What Marx said is that capitalism is the problem. Really, James. But no. Marx was wrong. It's really not capitalism. Don't worry. Just in case people think that James is this is why I said James was lying. It wasn't that James didn't know that this was about capitalism. It's that James is lying. Critical consciousness means becoming aware to the fact that you are oppressed by fucking capitalism.
As basically, we believed Marx believed that capitalism would immiserate the worker, and what we realize is that it doesn't immiserate the worker. It allows the worker to build a better life. But the problem is there's a culture around capitalism that captures him. And so the person becomes captured in a culture of capitalism and believes in capitalism because it's giving him a better life, but it's not an even better life. I've mixed in a little Marcuse there from the interview just to flesh that out.
So James, what you're saying is that critical theory, which is where critical consciousness came from, is becoming aware that you are oppressed by capitalism. You just said capitalism like 5 times within like a minute, bro. And you want to tell you really want us to believe that this isn't all about capitalism? Again, James?
He's explaining why he developed the critical theory in this 1969 interview. And he says, basically, we believed Marx believed that capitalism would immiserate the worker, and what we realize is that it doesn't immiserate the worker. It allows the worker to build a better life. But the problem is there's a culture around capitalism that captures him. And so the person becomes captured in a culture of capitalism and believes in capitalism because it's giving him a better life, but it's not an even better life. I've mixed in a little Marcuse there from the interview just to flesh that out. He actually said it does not do that. Marx was incorrect. We were trying to correct for it. And then what Horkheimer says in the interview, no Marcuse mixed in, is that what he says very explicitly is what critical theory that he said the critical theory that I developed was developed because we realized it is not possible to articulate what a good society or an ideal society would look like on the terms of the existing society, but we can criticize those aspects of the existing society that we don't like and wish to change. So that means you are standing outside of a system that you perceive as being all pervasive, and you are rendering criticisms of it. You can't even offer proper positive solutions. Now, the woke right's a little different. They don't.
I'm sorry. Game over. James loses. There is literally no argument that James can make that what the right wants has anything to do with what the left is talking about at all. Anyone who wants to fight against James, just go get this clip from the Mikale Olson interview and use this against him perpetually forever, because he is literally delineating the difference between the so-called woke right and the woke left. It is explicit in no uncertain terms.
Don't use this. This is what's called, what Theodor Adorno later called a negative dialectic. They don't use a purely negative dialectic. They vaguely know it's going to be this Christian, maybe monarchical, maybe something else.
So they offer a little bit of what seems like at least a positive.
They throw in a little bit of a positive vision, yeah. But the essence of a critical theory is that you see the world in terms of a power structure that prevents people from being able to think of a different alternative, and your primary mode is to criticize that existing structure for not being good enough. So, for example,
you fucking retard, the existing structure is capitalism. The existing system, as you just explicitly explained when they were developing critical theory, was the system of capitalism.
One of the biggest ways that the woke right engages in a critical theory is that they sit aside and they explain that if you look how bad everything's gone in society, how the woke have taken over so much, how they're able to infiltrate and nothing could stop it, and how all these different things, the offshoring of jobs, global trade, blah, 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 all these different things as part of the so-called post-war consensus that have eroded American life since World War II. That, when you look at that, the Constitution is hiding underneath it all. And the Constitution, they say, is completely inadequate to have stopped any of this. or the Constitution itself is fatally flawed and therefore prevents it. So you see, or caused what we have. Therefore, what we have is a situation where the Constitution and classical liberalism are the things that are to blame. Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably, because the origin point of communism they're arguing is...
Wait. We have to do another classic episode of clipping James Lindsay out of context. Hang on. We're about to enact another classic example of clipping James Lindsay out of context and creating a clip that we can use against him in perpetuity forever. Watch what we're going to do. Come on, Clippy Tool. Come on, Clippy Tool. Work for me. There it is. Okay, hang on.
Have is a situation where the Constitution and classical liberalism are the things that are to blame. Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably, because the origin point of communism they're arguing is in the...
Got it. Hang on. I'm going to tweet this very quickly, and everyone's going to retweet it for me, okay? Hang on. You guys are going to love this. Breaking news. James Lindsay admits that classical liberalism leads to communism. Is the tweet. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I just need to fix it. I need to just do this edit real quick. It's going to be like the quickest edit that's ever been edited. Reagan is going to be so upset that she missed this. Whatever. Reagan will find out later. Hang on. Ah! Hang on. Hang on, you guys are going to love this. Use this opportunity to go get another drink if you need it. Okay, hang on. One sec, almost done. Oh, hang on. Almost there. Need to get the last part of it. One sec, almost done. Shit. Okay, I got it. The clip is classical liberalism leads to communism. Exporting it now. Thank you guys for your patience and allowing me to make this beautiful out of context clip on a Friday. Let's see. Breaking. James Lindsay admits. James Lindsay admits that classical liberalism inevitably leads to communism. Okay, posting that on Twitter, uploading the video now. This is why we watch these episodes. This is it. This clip is fucking gold. Okay, hang on. Let me show you what I just clipped. And you guys can all post this clip, retweet this clip, quote tweet this clip, share this clip, tag James in this clip. Here is the... Oh, why does it keep disconnecting my sound? Dang. Okay, here is the clip.
Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably. Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably. Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably.
True.
Therefore, classical liberalism leads to the big enemy, which is communism, inevitably.
Thank you, James. Thank you for that wonderful, beautiful gift you gave us on this glorious Friday. We really, really appreciate it, James. Thank you. We're using that clip forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
U.S. Constitution. So somehow collectivism is embedded deeply in the most individualistic government document ever written in the history of the world. It's an amazing leap of logic on their part. But what they're doing is they are looking at the problematics. We'll use leftist language to make it clear. They're looking at the problematics of the current circumstance, and they are blaming the structural elements behind it. The Constitution must somehow be inadequate. And therefore, what we have to do is think of, as distributist Dave Green said in his debate with Joel Berry from the Babylon Bee, we have to burn it. We have to just burn the Constitution. When he said what we need is radical Christian revivalists to take over the country, primarily younger ones. And when they do, they will see that the Constitution is heretical and they will burn it, allegedly because it was written by atheists and all of these other problems. He also said in the same exact breath almost that the entire country, the reason that Christianity is not mentioned explicitly in the Constitution, here's a neat little contradiction in his argument, right? So the people who wrote the Constitution were atheists, and the reason they never mentioned that the Constitution should, or that the U.S. The U.S. power structure should require you to be Christian is because they just assumed everybody was Christian. So they assumed everybody was Christian, but they were atheists. And so it's like, you can see that like he's just making instrumental arguments to win one sentence at a time to get through a debate, rather than making a coherent argument. But at any rate, that's one example. When they criticize, they look at the problematics of today and say that the structural elements created by either the Constitution or the post-war consensus, which is a little bit vaguely defined, are the cause of all of this stuff. Another example would be Rufo's desire to use a Gramscian counter tactic against the James Burnham described managerial class or managerial elite. So these managerial elites have set up a new bourgeoisie, in essence. That's actually James Burnham's argument from the Managerial Revolution, which I think he wrote in like the 40s. It's not new. It's not like a book that came out last year. Many decades ago. And so you've got this new bourgeoisie. Now, Burnham also was a lapsed communist who decided that communism doesn't work. And so he reconstitutes the bourgeois half of communist social theory, which is a conflict of stratified classes. He reconstitutes it, locates the bourgeois class having been displaced and replaced by a new class, upper class or power class, or oppressor class, which is called the managerial elite or the managerial class. And then there's nothing that fills it back in, but the right-wing populism you see is filling this in. So anywhere you see this critique of expertise everywhere, this radical critique of expertise, as though, yes, I know we have some problems with our institutions. Yes, I know they lied to us. I know the FDA lied. I know Harvard's full of crap. I've waged that war more than almost anyone else. I'm fully aware of this institutional rot, but I also know that 90% at least of the engineering degrees granted in this country are still solid. And therefore, we have way less of a credentialist problem than we imagine. And we actually live our lives like, do you board planes? You still think the FAA is checking who gets to be an air traffic controller. You still believe it. Okay, so we're much less rotted out than we pretend, but they criticize this very idea, like when Douglas Murray and Dave Smith debated on Joe Rogan, the very idea that Douglas Murray had gone to Israel to do due diligence and see the circumstances on the ground was taken as proof of his contamination of his view, that he was brainwashed by the Israelis to have the wrong view of the war and therefore had a less reliable view rather than a more reliable view. That is a critical theory of the view of expertise and of the managerial class that they wish to displace. But if you listen to Rufo, they don't want to displace it. They want to replace it. They don't want to get rid of a corrupt elite. They want to become the new elite and pretend they're not corrupt. And so this is a completely different approach to what the, say, normal, whether it's classical liberal on the one hand or traditional conservative on the other. both of us shake hands and say the corruption's a problem. Let's get rid of the corruption and figure out how to restore trust in our institutions. And these guys are like, nope, we're going to put on the ring. We're going to use the ring and we're going to take over Minas Tirith ourselves. And so that's, I mean, Barad-dûr, I guess, but that's literally what the difference is. So these are a couple like big examples. The other smaller examples, you know, whether it's from their kind of race science where they, you know, try to basically accuse all other races of being illegitimately unintelligent or ill-disposed to civic behavior, impulse control, or whatever other things they bring up. That's a critical theory there. Critical theory of government from a lot of these libertarians who are not woke right. Race IQ, that's, yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
You don't...
James, you retard. I can't believe I have to keep saying this. It is not critical theory if it has nothing to do with being oppressed under capitalism. The dissident rights ideas about race being real, while some people might find that objectionable, race being real, the race realist argument, has nothing to do with being oppressed under capitalism. Ergo, therefore, it is not critical theory.
You can't have any ground to speak because you're not a Christian, as if you can't understand general revelation because you haven't been imbued with the magic spirit. Like
Gnosticism mentioned,
these
guys.
are all examples, and I mean we could just go on and on and on of how what they're doing is a critical theory. Israel controls everything. There's a secret shadowy puppet elite who's controlling even the things they're not controlling. In fact, there are...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to do the game again. We have to do it again. We have to play another game of clipping James out of context. We have to play. James is going to love this one even more than the first one. This is like that time we got James talking about Mein Kampf, and he said that all the Marxists were Jewish.
Are all examples, and I mean we could just go on and on and on of how what they're doing is a critical theory. Israel controls everything. There's a secret shadowy puppet elite who's controlling even the things they're not controlling. In fact, there are actually shadowy puppeting elites who are pulling the strings on both right and left to create extremism that they can set against each other. That's the irony of it, isn't it? But they're...
That's it. That's the clip. Based, James, based, blaming Israel for everything, based. Did James just in a single clip? Did James just change everything in a single clip? And to think I thought I was gonna be mad. To think I thought I was gonna be mad about this. Hang on. Let me get all set up here with the clip. You guys are going to help me retweet this again. We are a team. You guys are helping me out. We're doing this together. Okay, hang on. One sec, guys. It'll be another quick one. One sec. Okay. Okay, hang on. Export. James admits Israel is controlling everything. On the right and the left. Okay, hang on. I believe he said it. I'm really not. I am not high at all. I am not high at all. Maybe I should be. Maybe this would be even more. I would be less yelly if I was high, I promise you. Okay. Got another breaking news James update on Twitter. One sec. We're going to post this. Breaking. James Lindsay admits that that Israel controls everything on the right and the left. Okay, hang on, getting the clip. You guys are going to all help me retweet this one. Tag James, especially if James hasn't yet blocked you. Make sure you tag him. Just so he knows. Yeah, breaking Jews. Breaking Jews. Exactly. Breaking Jews. Come on, Twitter. Upload. Okay, here we go. Here, and let me show you guys the clip. Put this in the chat. You guys can retweet that. You guys can share that. Tag James if you are not yet blocked by him, please. Just to let him know.
Israel controls everything. There's a secret, shadowy puppet elite who's controlling even the things they're not controlling. In fact, there are actually shadowy puppeting elites who are pulling the strings on both right and left to create extremism that they can set
That's
against
the irony
each
of
other.
it, isn't it?
Israel controls everything. There's a secret, shadowy puppet
Thank
elite
you, James.
who's
Thank you again. Thank you for your service. We appreciate the clip. Thank you. Good times, guys. Good times. Good times. What else is James going to say?
They're not the elites that they're pointing at. They're pointing at a bunch of scapegoat classes rather than pointing at the actual problem, which is like UN, World Economic Forum, CCP. I get that we've been talking about it for 5 or 6 years, so it's boring now to talk about UN, World Economic Forum, CCP, Council for Inclusive Capitalism. Don't say it. The Vatican did say it. Whoops. And that there are lots of corrupt problems happening in these mega large power centers. And not all Catholics, but yes, Vatican. I'm sorry.
But it gets more clicks to just say the Jews. Just leave it
that's
at
right.
that. And run these wild theories
or liberals or shit libs or neocons. And in fact, neocons is a very important one, right? Why? Because that's, for good and for ill, the old guard of conservatives that they're trying to displace. Their primary project is to displace the existing conservative movement and replace it with not something truly better, but themselves. And so you have a critical theory of how conservative politics operates that has a scapegoat class called neocons, and it's not a legitimate accusation. It's not like they're literally talking about Ronald Reagan or that they're nailing it down to the Bushes or even Buckley or something like that they're trying to identify what neoconservatism. Sometimes they mention these things, but what they usually are doing is anybody who disagrees with them but identifies as a conservative is a neocon. So neocon just became a bad word to shut people up because you have the wrong philosophy, particularly related perhaps.
James is on the side of the neocons? Okay.
To the peace through strength model that Reagan, of course, put forth very strongly, and that Trump has actually been pretty good about using, especially in his first term. He's been was extremely good about that. And we had no new war.
James actually makes this extremely easy to do because he wears basically the same thing all the time, and he always has this map as his background. So actually, James, we could piece together several different James clips from several different interviews, and they would all look like they're from the same discussion. At least I wear different shirts. I wear my hair differently. Sometimes my hair is different colors. You can't piece together clips of me all looking the same. We can actually do that with James.
During his entire presidency because of peace through strength. Well, they want non-interventionism and more in line with the Pat Buchanan paleo-conservative view, as opposed to, no, we're going to go intervene when intervention is justified and necessary for either the right thing to do in the world or for the need to create peace through strength. Now, here's the critical theory. But a whole bunch of that was the CIA doing foreign adventurism in order to get money and topple governments they didn't like to set up crooked business deals. Boys, that's a critical theory. It can be partly true. and still be a critical theory. The critical theories take elements of truth and then spin off into a critical direction, a critical conspiracy theory that they use to undermine trust and belief in the existing system as it's supposed to be.
And kind of what you pointed out too, they offer no real positive solutions. And maybe that's at some level, the Christian nationalists, at least they'll pose like, they'll say vague things like, we're going to restore Christian order, or we're going to restore.
Yeah, but that's vague, right? That's
but it never
vague. So it's not a real solution.
Exactly. And
this is what wokes do, by the way. In general, the solution they actually offer is, when you give us the power, we're going to create the system that makes it work. Trust us. It's identical when the Democrats put out a 2,000-page bill and say, we'll tell you what's in the bill after you vote for it.
Yep. It's crazy. Or they'll present things like, I've heard some of these Christian nationalists present ideas of what they want to do under their Christian nationalism. And the concepts are so unrealistic that not even in their best case scenario it would ever happen, which just tells me they're just trying to posture as if, similar to how the woke left operates with their utopian ideals that they'll present to people to get people hooked to it, that are usually, in situations in their own life that aren't great, and they're full of resentment and bitterness, and they latch onto these idealistic utopian ideals. And they're doing the same thing, in other words, at least from what I can tell.
It's give us power and we'll fix it. That's always the solution, right? So here's how we can do that.
Drew, thank you for being a member of the channel for 10 months. He's conflating a conspiracy theory with critical theory like a dummy. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I appreciate it.
Give us power, and
that's right.
All your problems will be solved.
Yeah, and we'll punish your enemies for you. Throw away some of your freedom so that we can punish enemies, and we'll punish your enemies for you. So here's how you can know that with the case of the Christian nationalists, right? So like I just said, it's extremely vague. So here's their critical theory. America's not Christian enough, and that's why everything went wrong. And so what they can do is point. They can say, look at the queer theory on the Pride Parade. That is degeneracy, and this would never have happened if America was more Christian. Or look at these uppity women voting or whatever, and this would never have happened if this was a Christian nation. Or we can go down the list of all of the degeneracies and failures, but if this was a more Christian nation, or the Constitution would have kept working if we were truly a Christian nation, but we made it something secular and awful. This is a critical theory. They're just criticizing the world for not living up to the ideal that they've imagined, but they're not offering a solution beyond something very vague. Let's be more Christian. And then you think, but that is a solution, right? At least it's something, and you get excited. A lot of Christians get excited. We're going to be more Christian. We're going to have more civic engagement. This is going to be fantastic. More Christians in government. We're going to get righteousness. We're going to have a revival. We're going to bring the fire of Christ back to the country. All great visions. Fine. Well, as far as they go, theocracy, not so good. But fine, right? But then you start asking them some questions, right? And this is how you know that it's a critical theory with a vague, give us all the power to instantiate this Christian order and everything's going to get better. So you say, okay, which denominations are going to be acceptable and which ones are not?
Yep.
And they might say, well, as long as you're Christian.
So many times on Twitter with people.
You'll never get them to tell you which denominations. Never. And then you can ask them more pointed questions. Well, okay, do Mormons count? I know that the LDS, they don't like to be called Mormons. Do the LDS count? And they will go like in circles not to answer that question. Well, what about Jews? Do they count? Again, they just spin in circles like a frightened dog not to answer that question. And then you ask the hardest question for them of all. What are you going to do? The country right now, as it is filled with tens of millions of people, maybe 100 million people, maybe more than 100 million people who are not Christian. Yeah. And some of them are going to say no to whatever set of denominations.
I'm going to tell you what happened right now. Twitter happened. James spent too much time on Twitter. He spent too much time surrounded by lunatics, and it got to him and it broke him. And a desire to be perpetually relevant and famous, and probably his narcissism, and probably his travels all around fucking the moms for liberty. Like, it all got to him.
You think are legitimate,
especially if there's a gun pointed at them and saying, hey, you better do this. Yeah, so let's say that it's they create the master list of acceptable Christian denominations, and it has Catholic and it has Presbyterian and it has Baptist and it has this and that and the other thing on there, but there's some line they have to draw somewhere. Like, for example,
people who are not Christian, atheists, maybe blasphemers. These are the things Stephen Wolfe lists. But he also says people of non-Christian religion overall. So what are you going to do when these people say, no, you know what, to hell with this. No, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not going along with your program. And they only have one answer, which is they will force you to do this.
Yeah.
And they may not force you by gunpoint. They may not force you.
I have to go clean my glass to have another beer because the peanut butter jelly beer has coated the glass, so I don't want it to mix it with another beer. So I'm gonna go clean my glass. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Through harassment or tyranny. The model of the world today with the tyrants, a lot of people haven't fully grasped this, is what I refer to as opt-in tyranny. So opt-in tyranny works this way. Your life becomes a lot easier when you opt into some tyrannical thing, and it's much harder when you don't. So there was recently, Chris Ann Hall just did an expose that came out the other day, and I saw it, where she's talking about how if you sign up for TSA PreCheck or Global Entry, which is a service that the FAA offers you, or the Department of Homeland Security offers you, if you sign up for that, then you can go through the short line. It's faster. You don't have to take off your shoes. You don't have to take off your belt. You don't have to go through the body scanner. You do just a regular metal detector. You get all these perks. And on Global Entry, when you coming back into the country, super easy. But what she revealed is deep down in the fine print is somehow when you do this, you sign away to both the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI a ton of your rights against being illegally surveilled and watched and you know, having your data taken from you and all of these things. Okay, this is what I'm talking about with opt-in tyranny, right? At no point do you have to sign. Nobody said you have to sign up for TSA PreCheck or Global Entry. But if you travel any significant amount, your life gets way easier. Ask me how I know. Your life gets way easier if you sign up for those things. So what you've done is you've opted into a restriction of your rights because it's easier. Now, when you have a social credit system, this goes on steroids. Nobody's forcing you to keep a good social credit score. You just can't buy groceries if you don't have it.
It's like COVID, I think, is
exactly.
A good example of that. Yeah.
It's all, yeah, right. Everything's going to be fine when you get your vaccine, but before you get your vaccine, you can't. You have to opt in to your own tyranny. And so this same kind of incentive model could easily be used for this other thing. So if you're not sufficiently denominationally strict and ordered according to a Christian nationalist worldview, then nobody's going to force you to be Christian. You just can't buy food, you know? And so, or you can't fully participate in civic life, or you can't hold public office. So somebody like me,
what's his name? David Reese. He's one of these Christian nationalist guys that spoke at the Trash World Conference. He said on an episode with Joel Webben one time on his podcast, and he casually said this, and I don't know if other people caught it. I clipped it and put it on Twitter, and it was going around. But I had to like rewind it. It was like I had to take a second listen because I was like, did he really just say that? They were talking about what would constitute citizenship in their Christian nationalism country, in Christian nationalism. And that was one of the things they said was you have to be a member of good standing in a reformed religion is the words he used, which frankly, most Christians around the world and even in the United States are not even reformed. I'm not reformed.
Yeah, so
most
true.
Of my friends are not reformed.
Gnostic
they're all
Christians. So true.
And so even by that standard, we as Bible-believing Christians would not be able to access citizenship. We wouldn't be able to hold public office. We wouldn't have certain rights. They mentioned something about restricting, like even I think one of the things was, if I'm remembering right, your right to free speech. Like you wouldn't be able to go out and protest with the same abilities as other people that would fit that category. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
So this is how you A, know it's a power grab, and B, know that they are doing a critical theory. The problem is we're not Christian enough, so we're going to give a solution. The solution is give us all the power to make the country more Christian. You start asking them hard questions about how they're going to do it, and at best they're vague, and at worst they say they actually tell you, and you realize that it's all tyrannical authority. Now, what they also hide here is that, you know, the Nazis had this same program. It wasn't necessarily through their positive Christianity movement, though that kind of was part of it. The Nazis had this idea, Hitler had this idea, that one of the big problems most countries have is that they have two designations for people who live inside their borders in the modern era. Citizenship used to be this big, complicated, hard thing, say before the 18th century. But later it became kind of this central thing. And so he said, basically, here's the problem. This is Hitler. He's arguing that you have this problem. There are two different kinds of people inside your country at any given time, citizens and aliens, right? And they obviously have different protection. And I didn't say illegal aliens here. There are citizens and there are aliens. They could be there legally, right? You could have somebody who's visiting on a work visa legally who's technically a Great Britain citizen or something. So you have citizens of, say, Germany, and then you have the second class of people who are aliens, and the aliens legitimately have, in some sense, fewer rights, okay? And if they're illegally there, they may have virtually no rights or very minimal, like, at all. Right. Okay, so he says this is a problem because it doesn't actually do anything to guarantee that there is loyalty to the nation within the citizenry. With aliens, you already know that they have a loyalty somewhere else because they're aliens. But with the citizens, you don't know if they're loyal to the state or not. So he said what you need is not two classes, and this is what you're where what you were talking about will go as the wrong kind of Christian. You have to have three classes, and what Hitler called them were citizens, subjects of the state, and aliens. And so a subject of the state had virtually the exact same treatment, even though they were technically what we would normally consider citizens of the country. And so they have
no. Listen, this kid needs to be bullied. James needs to be bullied too. But this Mikale kid needs to be bullied because this kid is like, he's working for the Babylon Bee. He is up all their asses. The only way this kid actually wakes up and sees the light is if he is bullied perpetually until he understands that he is wrong.
Higher standing than the aliens. They certainly can't be deported, for example, but that's about the only difference. They have restricted speech rights, restricted, maybe no voting rights, and so on. They are subjects of the state. And you say, well, who in the world was that? Well, besides the Jews who he ghettoized because they had basically no rights, women who were not married were all subjects of the state by definition once they were adults. So all women in the Nazi regime were subjects of the state, and the only way they could stop being a subject of the state was to marry a citizen, which means to marry a Nazi. They had to marry somebody who was involved directly in supporting the Nazi party or had joined the Nazi party, and those were the people who were citizens who got actually full citizenship privileges and rights. This is a system that I don't think that when you actually think about it, that you actually want. You don't actually want, say, the people who believe the wrong denominations of Christianity to be mere subjects of the state. By the way, this is the way that Islam organizes its countries too. You're actually a citizen if you're a Muslim. You are a person of the book if you're Christian or Jewish, kind of. And otherwise, you're, not really anything. And so they have this tiered kind of citizenship or privilege structure that the government metes out. And this is actually the kind of solution that you run into even with a social credit system. You have the people who have the adequate social credit system who are treated as citizens. When your credit is lower or if your denomination is wrong or your beliefs are wrong, then you are a mere subject of the state. The state won't necessarily persecute you. You just can't really participate in anything till you get on board with the opt-in program.
Exactly.
And this is what you actually, I think, have to look forward to with a woke right regime in the name of trying to fix the problem with woke left doing exactly the same thing. So in order to not get the thing from the left, where you have to be diversity, equitable, and inclusive enough, we're going to get the same thing from the right, where you have to pretend to be Christian enough. But in either case, the technological apparatus that's going to make it work gets built. And then the beliefs that run the social credit system become completely fungible. It's literally, if it's a Christian nationalist running the government, you have a Christian nationalist social credit system. And if Joe Biden takes over again, corpse of Joe Biden comes back in his auto pen, all of a sudden you have a DEI system, just like in China. And it's like literally.
All right. I feel like that's enough, James. I feel like I've had enough, James. We've gotten a couple good clips from James. James is retarded, and no one should listen to him. Hi, Karlyn. I just watched your video about the American Communist Party. I work very closely with Haz al-Din in the ACP. Would you be open to a discussion with him on the ACP and whether wokeism is communist? Oh, do I want to waste time with a retard? This is the real question. The real question is, Do I want to colossally waste my time to yell at a retard on the internet? That's really what you're asking me. That's really what you're asking me. Should I talk to Haas about whether his fake Communist Party that is not relevant on the real far left at all, that no real far leftist activist takes seriously? Well, no. See, this is where I know you guys are being intellectually dishonest. I did not spend several hours discussing it. I discussed how the American Communist Party is completely and totally irrelevant on the far left. And then I played videos of actual communists, actual revolutionary activists, saying exactly the same thing. So your first step, Darg, if you want to have a conversation with me, is that you need to actually behave in an intellectually honest manner. Did I spend several hours laying out a case against the American Communist Party? No. No, I didn't. I sat at my desk and worked on a shawl and drank some beer as we watched videos from actual real-life communist activists talk about how Haas and the American Communist Party is full of shit. That didn't come from me. That came from the videos from real communists. So I might be a whole hell of a lot more open to having a conversation with Haas if I thought that there was any intellectual honesty at all. And I'm going to be honest, I've been seeing the comments that you guys are leaving on those videos. And literally every single person who has commented so far on the videos about the American Communist Party has been a retard. So why should I waste my time is the question. Because it would be a waste of my time. But I could also make the case that it could be amusing. It could be entertaining. I might personally enjoy slapping that asshole down. But why would I do that if you're just going to be intellectually dishonest? The woke leftists have never accomplished anything and are a product of post-war deep state. And you think that real communist activists have never accomplished anything and are the product of the deep state? That's not hinged into reality. So why do you consider them authorities on communism? Because they're actual communists. The Denver Communists and the Firebrand Collective are actual communist activists. We have been following the Denver Communists for literally years. We have been following the Firebrand Collective for literally years. Did you even know who they were before yesterday? Had you ever even heard of the Denver Communists or the Firebrand Collective before yesterday? Because I've known who the Denver Communists are for, let me do math, 3 years. Real communists built the USSR in communist China. Well, that's true, but you guys are not doing that. I've been to a Denver Communist meeting, ma'am. Hey, how great for you. So have I. So have I. So then you know that the Denver Communists think you guys are full of shit. And you know the Denver Communists have absolutely no respect for what the American Communist Party is doing. And although I might disagree with the Denver Communists on many things, I do ultimately believe that the Denver Communists are at least intellectually honest about what they believe. I do not believe that the American Communist Party is intellectually honest about what they believe. So if you want to try to set up a time for me to talk to Haas, you can slide into my DMs on Twitter and you can let me know. All right? And maybe I'll consider it, and maybe I'll do it, and maybe I won't. It really all depends on if I feel like it. That's my final answer. Let's move on. Hello, Keri. Hello, Keri. Keri Smith is one of the retards that's been running cover for James Lindsay for a while now. Keri Smith also happens to be a person that waged a 2-year-long smear campaign against me because she was upset that I got more famous and popular than she was, and that more people knew who I was than knew who she was. And she was really upset about this. And so she worked with a whole bunch of her friends to try to severely fuck up my life to get me to shut up and go away. It didn't work, of course, because I'm significantly more powerful than Keri and also much smarter than her. And so I survived, and I'm still here today, and I'm still more relevant than Keri is. And Keri still just continues to run her mouth about whatever she might be upset about at any given time. In fact, why don't we just look at Keri's Twitter account real quick? Let's see what Keri is complaining about today. It's time to drag Keri Smith. Keri's got this coming. Keri's had this coming for a minute. And I'm happy to give it to her. Okay, this is completely random. I haven't been on Keri's Twitter account in a minute. We're going to go into the replies, of course. Let's see what Keri is upset about today. Her husband's doing some sort of show tonight. Okay. Oh, she's talking about Cracker Barrel. Because Cracker Barrel is the most relevant thing on the right. She's tweeting about how everyone's a Nazi. Oh, the trigonometry guys. She's got to be up their ass, of course. Cracker Barrel. Oh, my God. She's dragging Elijah Schaefer because Elijah Schaefer is saying things that she doesn't like. She's retweeting James, responding to James. She loves James's unhinged leftist video from yesterday, which makes sense because Keri herself is a leftist. So, of course, it makes sense that she would love James's unhinged video. Cracker Barrel. Obsessed with Cracker Barrel. You know, I'm thinking very seriously. I'm like craving some Cracker Barrel chicken and dumplings now. Cracker Barrel dumplings Cracker Barrel dumplings are like simultaneously both crappy and awesome. Does anyone else have that experience with Cracker Barrel? Cracker Barrel dumplings are awful, but they're also like the best thing ever. Like, they're not good, but they are good. It's like a McDonald's double cheeseburger. Like, it's not good. It's not, but it's so fucking good. Like, it's one of those. Yeah, everyone's obsessed with Cracker Barrel. Oh, dragging Elijah again. She's complaining about Elijah, retweeting Joel Berry, attacking Nick Fuentes, because that's all Keri does, is talk about the Jews. That Keri's more obsessed with the Jews than Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, I think. All right, so we got a good sense of what she's been up to. Now, this is a video that Keri posted about a month ago. Keri has decided to do a whole video complaining about all the podcasters that are praising Hitler. And I just think this is going to be funny for us to watch, and I want everyone to feel free to say whatever you want about Keri and her hats and her hair and the fact that she's gaining weight and the fact that she is completely unhinged from reality. I haven't watched Keri in a minute, so I think this is going to be a fun kind of like test to see where we're at. Hang on, I gotta fix something on my browser. And so we're going to drag Keri, and I'm going to drink some beer, and you guys can feel free to do the same. And I hope you're having a good day on this glorious Friday. Let's continue.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna show you today is not funny, so it's good we're laughing up top with some little discussion about a meetup. So this is just one of the most egregious clips I've seen going around, and let me preface it with this. There is something brewing. There's something brewing. If you're new here and you're like, what is she talking about? There's an ideology that's brewing. It reminds me very much of when woke left, what we now know of as woke left. But back then, we didn't know it as that. We called it social justice ideology. There were lots of names for it, right? A lot of people who were in it thought it was just liberalism, or they called it progressivism. But it's what we now know of as this distinct ideology that we call woke left, right? Woke social justice. It reminds me, what's happening right now reminds me of when that ideology was brewing, when it was percolating, when it wasn't yet omnipresent, when most people were not aware of what was happening. In all the interviews I've done since leaving woke ideology, since leaving the woke cult, sometimes I ask people who've left it or who woke up to it. I like to ask them, in some of my old interviews especially, you'll see I would ask them when they first became aware of woke, like what was their first interaction where they realized something was going on. Because I always like to get that timeline from people. And for some people, it was like much later than for others. You know, like some of us, I started realizing there was something bad brewing, something bad going on in 2016, 2017. That's when I started questioning this ideology I had been in for 20 years. There were other people who had waking up moments way before that, or who were never in it and were just watching it grow, right? And probably being very alarmed at what was happening. There were other people who woke up much later. They didn't wake up till the COVID years, or maybe they woke up during the BLM riots, the mostly peaceful riots, or, you know, so there are people, and even now I talk to people who are waking up out of it in 2025. Okay. So, but I usually like asking people, when did you first realize there was something bad brewing? Like almost like a zombie movie. I love zombie movies. I love the beginning of a zombie movie or book where people are just starting to realize that something big has changed, like they're in a different reality.
When did you guys start to realize that we were all surrounded by Nazis? Keri, when did you start to realize that you were surrounded, literally, by woke right Nazis? How did that feel, Keri?
That reality, the very world they live in, the reality they live in has changed. The rules are going to be very different now for survival or what have you. Like something has infected everyone. They have to make sure they don't catch it, right? There's a lot of analogy here to woke ideology being a virus that destroys people. And so it's interesting to find out when people first realized there was this woke mind virus, like what it was when they interacted with it, right? Okay, I say all that because there is something, there's a mutation brewing.
There's a mutation.
And it reminds me very much of those days in 2013, 14, 15. It reminds me very much of the early days of woke ideology when it was starting to escape the lab, if you will, to leave the university and to infect all of society. Okay. And this thing that's brewing now, we're still a ways away from that. But it is starting to leave some of the underground, dark web kind of places where it was percolating for a while to a small minority of people. And it's starting to escape the lab. And how do I know? Because young people are starting to regurgitate it. They're starting to receive.
I am getting mean replies from groypers on Twitter. How do I know that I'm surrounded by Nazis? I am getting mean replies on my tweets that I do not like.
These opinions that are part of this new and growing ideology, and they're starting to repeat them and speak them like the woke left young people did. They don't even know what they're saying. They're just repeating it. Now, when I saw young people in the woke left doing it, it was all, you guys, you know, some of the cult language now, you're familiar with it. It was all like white privilege, systemic oppression, you know, cis normative, cis heteropatriarchy. Like it was, they had like a whole language of things they would say. They would say prejudice equals, or racism equals prejudice plus power. Like they have all their phrases. I used to say those things when I was in it.
You still
but you know,
are
like
it,
you could
Keri.
recognize young people just regurgitating all that crap. Toxic masculinity, right? Okay, now these young people are starting to regurgitate some of the stuff from this new mutation of the ideology. And this ideology, for better or for worse, a lot of people are calling it woke right. As I say in every video where I address it, I still get people in the comments getting angry at me. Look, if there's a better phrase that crops up, I will use that phrase. But this is the best one that I've heard so far, that the most people have heard. So that's the phrase I'm going to use for now. I didn't used to like it either. I still have issues with it, but that's the one people know. And no, I can't just use white nationalist or anti-Semite, because it's bigger than that. Just like woke left was bigger than just the CRT, the critical race theory people. It was bigger than just the BLM people. It was a whole ideology built around identity groups and switching the power balance between what they called the oppressed groups and the oppressor groups. It looked at the whole world through like these competitive identity groups competing for power. And so there were, yes, in woke left, there were the people obsessed with race, but there were also the people obsessed with sex and gender. There were the feminists, right? And they were like, men are the oppressors and we're the oppressed. And then there were the trans who came in and said, no, we're the oppressed and cis people are the oppressor, right? There were all different, even fat became an identity group where it was like fat people are oppressed. And it just kept growing. Then there was like mental health justice. They said people who have personality disorders are oppressed. Like it just kept growing. Well, there's something similar over here, and that's why I think woke right fits better, because it's more of an umbrella term. It's not just the anti-Semites. It's not just the white nationalists or the white supremacists or whatever.
Hey, communist. Stop. I have given you my answer. I no longer want you disrupting my chat. Can everyone please ignore the communist and stop engaging with the communist? Because you know exactly how this is going to go. He's never going to shut the fuck up. I have given you my answer. You have what you need. Get the fuck out.
It's not just the race obsessed people. It's also the sex and gender obsessed people, just like on the woke left. There's the male version of the feminists. There's these
now you're
incel,
banned.
Andrew
Communist,
Tate
goodbye.
worshiping guys. You know, that kind of, women are the root of all evil. Everything's women's fault. Men are oppressed. It's a mirror image of the feminists who were like, men are the root of all evil. Women are oppressed. Like, so there's different groups, right? So that's why I use it. Now that's my caveat of that phrase and what it means when I use it.
How stupid, Keri. It is shocking to me. And listen, like, one of the reasons that, like, Keri was one of the people that woke me up when I was first, like, getting introduced to the left. Keri used to be on this show called Unsafe Space. Unsafe Space was covering the drama in the knitting community. Therefore, I started watching Unsafe Space. I started watching all their back episodes. I listened to Keri talk about this stuff, like, ad nauseum with her then co-host. And so it's like, Keri Smith was literally one of the people that woke me up from what was happening on the left. And then I got more famous than she was. And then more people knew about me than knew about her. And then she turned into an absolute psychopath. But I bring this up because Keri today has made absolutely no progress since when I discovered Keri 6 years ago. I started watching Unsafe Space about 6 years ago. And she has learned absolutely nothing about the left in 6 fucking years. And that's the most insane thing to me. Is like, this woman positions herself as someone who, I just want to deprogram people from leftist ideology. And she has not learned a single solitary thing about the left in 6 fucking years. I went from not knowing anything about the left to being completely fluent in leftist language, going undercover at leftist events, building websites and writing books where I'm breaking all this stuff down for people. And that was a natural thing for me because it was a topic that I was actually interested in. Like, the reason I write so much about the left and do so much about the left is because I am actually genuinely obsessed with the topic. I think it's so interesting. I think it's so dystopian. I think it's so crazy. I think about almost nothing other than this topic, and I'm perfectly happy with that. And how cool is it that I literally get to make a living doing that? I'm so fucking blessed. Keri knows nothing about the left. And it's not as though she didn't have the opportunity to learn. She's had every opportunity to learn. She's had access to every so-called expert. She just never learned anything because Keri's real goal was becoming famous on the internet.
Okay. This ideology, whether you like that phrase or not, or you hate it, it's okay if you hate that phrase. This ideology is growing online and it's starting to escape the lab a little bit. I know some people.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Fuentes being more popular is directly why they're talking about all this woke right stuff, because the Groypers were being mean in James Lindsay's replies, and the Groypers were being mean in Keri Smith's replies, and the Groypers were being mean in the Babylon Bee's replies. And it's like, literally, the entire woke right fiasco is because the Groypers were shitposting on Twitter. And they got more and more and more popular, and Nick's gotten more and more and more relevant. And it's just like, These people literally live on one social media platform and they extrapolate that out to everything. If someone is making them feel good, then they are good. If someone is shitposting, then they are bad.
In real life, who are speaking some of this stuff. I know some of you have told me, you know, people who are speaking some of this stuff. Some of you have told me you have friends who've started going to a church that is speaking some of this stuff.
Uh-oh, Joel Webbin.
Which is a
Joel
true
Webbin.
abomination, a church doing
Keri
it.
hates Joel Webbin.
Let me share this with you.
How dare you? By the way, Keri only became a Christian like a couple of years ago, and Keri is literally sitting there going, how dare you go to a church that I don't agree with? Keri literally went to that guy's church, by the way. I didn't know this. So do you guys remember a couple weeks ago there was the hullabaloo with the guy from the Babylon Bee going to Joel Webbin's church to like get dirt on him that he could use on him on Twitter? What I didn't know at the time was Keri went with him. Keri literally went to Joel Webbin's church to like stalk him to get dirt that she could use on him on Twitter. Hey, Tayton, thanks for the super chat. They know nothing because they refuse to set aside their ideology and beliefs to actually learn a new one. They nitpick what fits their narrative for money. Yeah, that is exactly what these people do. 100%. No, she's absolutely terminally online.
Share screen. Here we go. This is a clip that's going around from a popular podcast called Fresh and Fit. Now, I don't watch this
Myron.
crap.
I don't watch
It's a
it
very
either.
popular
Myron's a
YouTube
retard.
channel, podcast, what have you. It's hosted by one of the hosts is named Myron Gaines. And there's, I forget, one of them is Fit. I think he's Fit, and the other one's Fresh. I don't know. They go by Fresh and Fit, but his name is Myron Gaines. And it's in the Andrew Tate wheelhouse. It's in that sort of part of, it's in the sex and gender part of woke right. However, just like woke left, once you came in, let's say you came in through the race door, it didn't matter. Now you're in the tent. Now they're going to introduce you to all the other identity groups and all of their grievances,
Keri
right?
is neither fresh nor
Well, the
fit.
same thing happens with woke right. These guys come in the sex and gender door, and now they're being introduced to the Hitler stuff and the grievances against Jews, right? The white nationalist stuff. So much so that you're getting Black people who are now praising Hitler. just it's just all of this is kind of,
Hey,
you know.
Keri. Keri, if you ever actually talk to any Black people, which you don't, you just virtue signal and all that stuff, like a good liberal, you would find out pretty quickly that there are many Black people who do not like Jews. That's just fact. I'm not saying I agree with that. Of course, on my channel, we love Jews. We disavow all anti-Semitism. Hitler was obviously the worst person that ever lived. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, and it was a horrible tragedy. We love bagels. Gas chambers have wooden doors. Hitler is burning in hell. We disavow all anti-Semitism. No anti-Semitism allowed. But I'm just saying that I occasionally do actually talk to Black people, and on occasion I have learned that Black people, many of them, don't like Jews. Now, why they don't like Jews is their business. And obviously I don't avow that. But I'm just saying that it's a statement of fact.
That anybody would praise him is crazy to me. But then also you've got young people who are just like, I don't know what's going on here. Let's just watch this clip. Oh man.
What do you guys think about Hitler?
What if the Jewish did something to the Germans that made them act a certain way, but nobody wants to talk about it? Like the Jews don't want to take accountability.
Oh!
They don't.
Yes.
Disavow.
Okay.
That's why like they was up to something, so the Germans wanted to take them out. Like it had to be something. Like Germans wanted to take them out, all of them out.
They damn near
Mark
wiped everybody off the map.
They started it.
It's like it's somebody
Damn,
that
he
mad.
cheated hard. Like, yeah, talk shit about them. Eat them up.
The Holocaust was the only way he can take out a huge population, like a huge amount of Jews all in one setting. But I already know what's going on. Like, I'm not dumb. Like, I know, like, the Jews did something. That's why they sent up here.
No, they didn't.
They're trying to
Disavow.
take
Jews are
back. Like, they're
perfect.
trying to take back and get repercussions, especially from America, like from Americans. So they're taking over the government and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, how do we take them down?
How do we take them down?
Yeah.
I mean,
Gotta kill the motherfuckers.
I hate to say it.
My bad, y'all.
My bad. Hitler, he had the plan, but his plan was just too, like, very, like, gruesome, if we can say it.
Listen,
He said,
he had to do what he had to do.
But he had to do it.
He was like,
Listen, he was trying to save the world.
I
It didn't
agree.
work out. He just did
I
what he
mean,
had to do.
Jews are the reason why the healthcare system and everything around us in the government is collapsing, because they're sitting up here stealing away from the American people.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack there. Keri
is about to be a good liberal, and she's about to tell all the black people why they're wrong.
a couple. Yeah. Yes, Dion, this is so sad. This is so sad. I'm probably going to show a couple of clips and just comment. I want to show you the whole thing, then I'm going to play it one more time and just pause it. Couple things. Do you notice how, yes, it's immediately obvious these people are dumb. The IQ in that room collectively, if you add it together.
Keri, are you saying that black people are low IQ? Based? Like, is Keri saying black people are dumb? Good liberal, Keri. Good liberal. Good liberal. Good girl.
There's probably not average. That's a little bit of a joke, but seriously, these people are not just mid IQ, they're below average IQ, just based on the way they're talking. She says something at one point about how the Jews are trying to get repercussions from America. I think she means reparations. Like, there's just sort of a lack of understanding of even the words that they're trying to use. So they're not intelligent. I get that.
See,
and I say that because I've seen some people online saying
it's not a good out of context clip, because it's like there's no reference to black people. So if Keri was saying there's a room full of black people and they're all low IQ, that would be a great clip. But because there's no reference to black people in the clip, it kind of doesn't have the same oomph, right? So sadly, I don't think that's a good candidate.
Don't worry about what these young people are saying. They're dumb. They're foolish. They're not intelligent. They're not, well, okay. I give you that. I agree. The point is, so were the woke left kids. Like, a lot of the woke left kids. I'm not talking about the architects of the ideology or the ones at university.
Although what I can go back and do later, I won't do it right now, is I could get a clip of Keri just watching and reacting to that black woman, and then I could edit out the middle and then juxtapose it with Keri saying they're all obviously low IQ. That's gonna have to happen, but I'm not doing that right now. Should I do it right now? No, I'm not doing it right now.
Who were crafting all the different words, the lexicon, the dictionary of words, who were trying to make it make sense, who were intellectualizing. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about on the ground, on the street. Once it trickled down from academia into K through 12 education, once it hit the internet, once it was at like street level woke,
I have to do it.
You got
sorry,
people
I have to do it. We have to do it right now. It's gonna take a little bit longer than the other one, but it's totally gonna be worth it. It's gonna totally be worth it. Okay, hang on. We have to do this. It is our obligation. I'm gonna make it as quick as possible. I'm not gonna, like, I have to. We're media mattering. We're right wing watching Keri's ass right now. We should send this clip to Right Wing Watch. It'll be great.
Jews, right? The white nationalist stuff. So much so that you're getting black people who are now.
Oh, hang on.
Now praised, right? The white nationalist stuff. Hitler guys come in the sex and gender door, and now they're being introduced to the Hitler stuff and the grievances against Jews, right? The white nationalist stuff. So much so that you're getting black people who are now praising Hitler. It's just all of this is kind of, that anybody would praise him is crazy to me. But then also you've got young people who are just like, I I don't know what's going on here. Let's just watch this.
Okay, now fast forward. Fast forward.
They're trying to.
Back up. We missed it.
Elijah Schaefer.
Oh, back
Needs
up.
to happen again.
Down.
Yeah.
I
It didn't work out.
And people.
I'm gonna. Dion, this is so sad. This is so sad. We show a couple. Yeah. Yes, Dion, this is so sad. This is so sad. I'm probably going to show a couple of clips and just comment. I want to show you the whole thing, then I'm going to play it one more time and just pause it. Couple things. Do you notice how, yes, it's immediately obvious these people are dumb. The IQ in that room collectively, if you add it together, is probably not average. That's a little bit of a joke, but seriously, these people are not just mid IQ, they're below average IQ. Just based on the way they're talking. She said something at one point about...
Okay, I got it. Hang on, let me edit it real quick. Let me edit it. This is a great time to go to the kitchen and get a snack or a beer if you need a refill. I'm just going to take a minute here to edit this clip together so we can do breaking news update. Internet commentator and activist Keri Smith says black people are low IQ. Give me 1 second. Just got to edit this together. Hang on 1 sec. Almost there. Okay, I got the first part of it. Now I just need to go find the second part. Hang on. Almost there. Almost there, guys. It's going to be a great clip. Okay. All right. I got it. Exporting. Keri Smith says black people are low IQ. All right. Another great clip for today, guys. We're going to get that up on Twitter, and I need all your help retweeting it and, of course, tagging Keri in it. Keri's Twitter handle is @RealKeriSmith. And what we want to do is really shame Keri publicly for, is it shame or is it praise? Is it shame or is it praise? I don't even know. Are we saying that, Keri, are you saying that all black people are low IQ based? I don't know. You guys have to be the best judge of how you're going to frame this particular tweet. I'm going to say classical liberal Keri Smith admits that black people are low IQ. I may actually... Come on, export the clip. Yep, good job, Keri. Good job telling the truth. Okay, so let me write this tweet while this is exporting. Breaking news. Classical liberal anti-woke activist Karen Smith says black people are low IQ. Keri's gonna love this. Keri's gonna love this. Okay, hang on. Export the clip. What is going on, StreamYard? Not StreamYard. It's almost there, guys. It's exporting right now. Thank you for allowing me this break to do it. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button. This is Happy Hour Friday. I'm on my second beer. I hope you guys are drinking something fun. I'm drinking the Atomic Pumpkin Chili beer. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. I can definitely taste the cinnamon. The export is taking a minute for some reason. It should not be taking this long. It's a 13-second clip. It should not be taking this long. Hang on. I'm canceling this export and starting it again. What the hell is going on with this export? Hang on one sec, guys. Hang on, we're trying this again. Should be exporting much faster than it is. There it goes! Now it's exporting fast. Oh, we're gonna drag Keri for a little while longer yet. This is actually really entertaining. I'm actually really enjoying watching Keri having a meltdown about the woke right. She's like, why doesn't anyone want to be a classical liberal? I don't understand why people don't want to be classical liberals and wear cowboy hats and pretend to be conservative and grift off the conservative right and talk about Cracker Barrel. Can we talk about Cracker Barrel? Why doesn't everyone want to be a classical liberal? God, things have changed so much since I woke up. Someone asked me the other day on my channel, in the comments, they were like, Karlyn, I subscribed to your channel way back when you first started. What the fuck happened? And I'm like, bro, it's a long story. It's a long story. I've seen some shit. I've been through some shit. I have seen things that cannot be unseen. If I were to tell, someday I will write a memoir with my entire story. Like, what the memoir is going to be called What Really Happened. That's going to be the memoir. What really happened. And I'm going to tell, like, let me tell you about the fucking crazy ride I've had. Let me tell you about all the bullshit that I've experienced. Okay, the clip is ready. Posting. Everyone's got to retweet this. Tag Keri in it. Keri's Twitter handle is @RealKeriSmith if you're not blocked especially. I will show you guys what the clip says. Yeah, what really happened, my struggle. Exactly. My struggle hyphen what really, or colon, what really happened. Oh, come on. Copy the link. Oh, why isn't my computer working? Copy, paste. There we go. Retweet the clip, please. Tag Keri, congratulate her for, or shame her, whichever. Either way is fine. I'll show you guys the clip we just made. Sound went down. Get that off the screen. Here's the clip.
Who are now praising.
Can't see it yet. Hang on. Okay.
So much so that you're getting black people who are now praising Hitler. It's just all of this is kind of, you know. Do you notice how, yes, it's immediately obvious these people are dumb. The IQ in that room collectively, if you add it together, is probably not average. That's a little bit of a joke, but seriously. So much so that you're getting black people who.
Thank you, Keri. Keri Smith admits black people are low IQ. Thank you, Keri. Let's continue.
How the Jews are trying to get repercussions from America. And I think she means reparations. Like there's just sort of a lack of understanding of even the words that they're trying to use. So they're not intelligent. I get that. And I say that because I've seen some people online saying, "Don't worry about what these young people are saying. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're foolish. They're not intelligent. They're not well." Okay, I give you that. I agree. The point is, so were the woke left kids. Like a lot of the woke left kids. I'm not talking about the architects of the ideology
I'm
or
not
the ones at
tagging
university
Myron.
who were crafting
Someone
all the
else can
different
tag
words, the
Myron.
lexicon, the dictionary of words, who were trying to make it make sense, who were intellectualizing. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about on the ground, on the street. Once it trickled down from academia into K through 12 education, once it hit the internet, once it was at like street level woke, you got people like this, idiots like this, just repeating it, and they sounded just as dumb, talking about white supremacy and white privilege and male privilege and heteropatriarchy, and they did, just saying stuff. And that's what she's saying. She's just saying stuff that she's heard. This girl has not read any history. She doesn't even know what some of the words.
She's probably not smart
She doesn't
enough
even
to
know
read,
what some of the words
Keri?
are that she's trying to say.
She's
She's
probably
getting the
not even
words
smart
wrong.
enough to read.
Yes, while sitting there very confident and saying how smart she is, just like the woke left. Robert Lowry, give it up for one of our mods, says, at least they're not denying the Holocaust. I guess that's something, right? In this case, I've seen, a lot of them are denying it happened. In this case, she's saying, yeah, it happened and it needs to happen again, basically. I'm going to pause it and just address some of this as we go through. Now, this is concerning to me because every time I try and
that was Deb.
give illustrations, of why I think this ideology is growing or concerning or why we should be concerned. I just always hear from people, don't worry about, like, sort of the people I hear from, it seems to me like they're all saying, they want me to stick my head in the sand. They want me just to ignore it. And no, that's what happened with woke left. How do you think it got to be so big and powerful? People just ignored it. They didn't talk about it. They didn't stamp it out.
We have to fight the Nazis, guys.
The left, the liberals were totally cannibalized by the leftists until all of the left became illiberal. They did not gatekeep. They did not have sheepdogs to keep out the predators, the con men. They platformed them and made them famous. They made people, and the left made people like Robin DiAngelo and Ibram X. Kendi famous.
Yeah, well, oh shit, hang on.
They worship.
Yeah, well, in my experience, the retarded conservatives are actually a much bigger problem than most of the people with degrees, because the retarded conservatives are not capable of understanding what their enemy is even doing. And you can call me doctor from now on, asshole, seriously.
Worshipped them.
Like, new rule.
And all of those ideas that those kind of people were pushing.
New rule. If you are not smart enough to understand what the left is doing, then maybe don't shit on people who have degrees. New fucking rule.
Pimping trickled down to street level where you got kids just repeating all this white fragility crap. And so this clip that I showed you, to me, this
CQ
seems
Radio.
like, okay, we're at the level where it's street level, right? There's enough influential podcasters on the right who claim to be on the right, whether you want to argue if they are or not, they claim to be on the right. That's where they're positioned.
You're not on the right, Keri. You're a
That's
liberal.
how they position themselves. They say they're on the right. That's how their audiences identify as being on the right. I'm
You're
talking
literally
about people
a liberal,
like
Keri.
Candace Owens, Elijah Schaefer, Nick Fuentes.
Ooh, Fuentes mentioned.
Andrew Tate. Fresh and Fit, this Myron Gaines guy. The Hodge twins. Benny Johnson. I'm talking about these kind of characters. They claim to be on the right.
Benny Johnson is the woke right now?
And it is
Really?
becoming popular enough. And a lot of these podcasts are even bigger podcasts who are more based in reality, I would say, who are not explicitly woke right, have platformed crazy woke right people.
Oh no! They talk to people.
Look at
Keri
Tucker
doesn't
Carlson
like?
and Joe Rogan platforming this modern mate.
Guys, guys, you are not allowed to interview people that Keri Smith doesn't personally approve of, okay? You are not allowed to talk to people that Keri Smith might disagree with. It's a great freeze from a Keri. We can really see the weight gain come out here. We're really starting to see the weight gain come out. Keri, you're going to need to... Keri, let me give you some advice. As someone who is also blessed with the British chin that came from my mother, you're going to need to change the camera angle you have, Keri, because this camera angle is just going to... As you continue to gain weight, this is going to do horrible things for you. I promise you. Listen, it's not my fault I was born with a British chin. It's not your fault either. Like, that is just genetics. It's European genetics. However, the camera angle of coming up into your chin is going to exacerbate the problem as you continue to gain weight, Keri.
What's his name? Martyr Maid, Daryl Cooper. I've listened to some of his podcasts. Tucker Carlson's also put on Andrew Isker. He's also put on, avowed white nationalists who are creating like a white nationalist homeland in Tennessee. All of this is trickled down to street level. All of this, like, maybe, Daryl Cooper famously said, maybe Churchill's the real villain.
Yeah, for the record, I don't actually think that people need to go to college to be smart. I think that most of the smartest people in the world are entirely self-taught, like they're autodidacts. But like, and I'm self-taught on the things that I'm smartest about. Like, I'm pretty good at psychology. I am very good at the leftist stuff. I don't think people need to go to college to be smart. It just really bothers me when the right constantly shits on people who go to college, when in fact, part of the problem with the right is that none of them know how to do basic research. None of them know how to write basic things. None of them know how to think critically. None of them know how to analyze information. It's like, part of the reason the left will always outperform the right is because the left is much better at critical thinking. The left is much more widely read. The left puts education at the center of their activism, whereas the right shits on people who are educated like all the fucking time. The right holds their ignorance up as like a badge of honor, when in fact, no, bro, like, you're just ignorant. So I don't think that you need a piece of paper to be smart. My PhD is a very expensive piece of paper that says I did a lot of research on a very narrow topic. Like, that's it. So I don't think I'm better than anyone for having gone to college, but this idea that you should hold on to ignorance as though it's something to be proud of. You don't need to go to college to learn about stuff. You don't need to go to college to express intellectual curiosity. You don't need to go to college to learn how to think critically. You don't need to go to college to learn how to look at primary source information.
World War II. I listened to that guy. I couldn't understand what the fuss was about at first. And I was listening to his podcast and I was like, this is really interesting. Then I started reading some of what he writes. I started reading some of his explicitly pro-Hitler, pro-Nazi crap on X.
Hitler? Oh, no.
And I've seen enough. I can see what he is, plainly.
He's a Nazi. He's a Nazi.
Plainly. You need to go and look up all this stuff too if you don't know what you think about it. And
why don't you show it?
I mean,
Keri?
you don't have to. If you don't have to care about any of this. But if you care about it, and if you're going to leave comments for me, and if you're going to argue with me, go and look it up yourself. I had somebody on Facebook asking me.
The woke right is a bullshit term made up by James Lindsay to identify people that he does not like and smear people that he does not like. And the majority of the time, those people also oppose Israel. James Lindsay is literally funded by Israel. His website, New Discourses, is literally funded by Israel. We have the receipts. I posted them on my Substack. They're all over Twitter. So James Lindsay essentially is calling everyone who does not support Israel the woke right, because James himself is funded by Israel and he's trying to smear everyone he disagrees with. That is what the woke right is.
About Candace Owens. Couldn't you give me, explain to me what it is you think she's saying? I was like, I've already done that so many times. Why do I have to keep doing it? And in the post you're commenting on, I gave you a link to Milk Bar TV, Nathan Livingston. There are channels that spend all of their time doing that. Nathan, Milk Bar TV has put out an amazing video after video after video compilation of some of these woke right figures. You go, that's what he does. Go to his channel, subscribe.
Right.
Go do your own research. Figure out what you think about it. But this, to me, yeah, it's starting to reach street level. You've got idiots now repeating it. You've got absolute idiots. now repeating the ideas of people like the influencers like Jake Shields,
Oh no, not Jake
Kanye
Shields.
West,
Oh no.
Nick Fuentes, like Elijah Schaffer. It's trickled down to where you've got this moron here in pink saying this crap, and the girl in the blonde wig saying "kill all the Jews." Let's watch this one more time.
What do you guys think about Hitler?
What if the Jewish did something to the Germans that made them act a certain way, but nobody wants to talk about it? Like the Jews don't want to take accountability.
Oh!
They don't. That's
Yes.
I'm with you on that one.
Okay.
That's why like there was up to something, so the Germans wanted to take them out.
Okay, so this is really crazy. It's their fault. It's their fault. They were doing something. It's not. It's the genocide of Jewish people wasn't evil. What they were doing was evil. That's why the Holocaust happened. That's insane. As Therese points out, like I'm sure she would hate somebody doing the same thing to a group that she's in, to an identity group that she's in, right? Like Therese, oh wow, what did the blacks do to get taken into slavery? And trust me, there are woke white people who are not black who would go right along and condemn that girl who just said that too, and say, yeah, the blacks did it to themselves. Like they would say that. Pure gaslighting, says Davina. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
They damn near
Mara
wiped
likes
everybody off the
Now, while she's saying this about like they must have been doing something, this is why this happened. Look at him on the left. Look at that.
Actually, if we're being technical about it, I was the first person to use the term woke right back in 2021, and this is documented on my Twitter. Hotep Jesus is a pretender poser who is not relevant at all. He can go fuck himself. But when I said the term woke right, I didn't mean it in the same way James Lindsay is using it, which is really the only thing that matters right now is what James Lindsay is doing and the bullshit that he's creating. That's all that matters.
Demonic smile and laugh. This guy is just thrilled. He's tickled. He's filled with glee at this kind of evil. This is what animates him.
Well, Myron is
this is what his
idiot,
darkened soul thrives on. He's so excited that she's saying this. Somebody in the chat said,
I really think that Keri should just call Myron the N-word with the hard R. I have called Myron the N-word with the hard R twice to his face. And I have to tell you, Keri, if you hate Myron as much as I hate Myron, because I do actually think Myron is a low IQ. I was going to say monkey, but that's just rude. Like, that's just rude. I disavow. Obviously, I would never say that a black man is a monkey. Obviously, that would never happen. That was incredibly rude and racist. I disavow. I struggle session myself. That's just an awful thing to say. But I have called Myron Gaines the N-word with the hard R on 2 occasions right to his face. And I have to tell you, it was an extremely satisfying experience that got him to shut the fuck up almost immediately. And I really think that Keri is deserving of that experience. She should just embrace it. So already calling black people low IQ, just go the full way, Keri.
Yeah, Razmik says that guy knows this is going to boost his engagement. That's why he's got that poop-eaten grin. Yes, that's part of it. All he cares about is clicks, money, fame, right? That kind of, what animates these kind of people. The dark kind of soul that would laugh at this and take glee in this. But it's not just that. I don't think it's just that he knows this is going to go viral. I think that if you stay in evil long enough, if you stay in darkness long enough, your affection becomes perverted. It becomes inverted. And you do start taking pleasure in evil things. Think about...
There is absolutely... I did it on a Twitter space. There is absolutely video of me doing this on a Twitter space. And I'll tell you what, Myron was having a black moment on that Twitter space. Like, here's what happened. Here's what happened the first time I called Myron the hard R, okay? Here's what happened. We were on a Twitter space. It was right after Nick Fuentes launched Groyper War 2. And there were a bunch of us on a Twitter space for like a couple hours. And we were just talking and we were bantering and we were sharing ideas and stuff like that. The Twitter space was perfectly nice. Everyone was being nice to each other. Myron Gaines joins the Twitter space and proceeds to act just like, an unhinged retard. He starts yelling. He starts creating chaos. all of a sudden people are fighting with each other, and Myron starts yelling at me because I basically told him to cut that shit out. I said to him flat out, I was like, everything was nice before you got here. Why the fuck are you ruining it? Like, we have an actual enemy, asshole. And so then Myron started yelling at me, and this was about 3 a.m., and Myron started yelling at me, and he told me to go make my husband a sandwich and all this stuff. And so then I called him the N-word with the hard R, and he shut the fuck up immediately. Immediately. And it was like, you could hear, it was like, boom. And he didn't say another fucking thing to me for the rest of that Twitter space. And it was glorious. And it was so good. But at the time, Chief Trumpster was streaming the Twitter space. And so there is actually a video somewhere on the internet of me calling Myron the N-word with the hard R.
The most evil person in your
And
mind.
I
Just take a
regret
second
nothing.
and think about the most evil person you can imagine.
Because he was acting like it.
Now, for some of you, it might be a serial killer. It might be Jeffrey Epstein. It might be some, whoever's the most evil person you can imagine. It might be a YouTuber. Sorry, I just thought of someone. Yes, it could be. The most evil person you can imagine.
Wait.
And think about how they got.
Was Keri just talking about me? Did Keri just call me the most evil person you can possibly imagine? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Keri? Who are you talking about, Keri? Who are you talking about? Let's listen again.
Be so, whoever's the most evil person you can imagine. It might be a YouTuber. Sorry, I just thought of someone. Yes, it could be.
Reagan. Reagan, you need to go check my Twitter feed. Reagan, you're going to be so sorry at some of the out of context clips that you missed. We got some great clips today, Reagan. Go check the Twitter feed. One of them is pinned right to the top.
Evil person you can imagine.
Yeah,
And
Keri,
think about
go
how
make
they
me a
got
fucking
there.
sandwich. Exactly.
And
go make
I
me a
think
sandwich,
it's just
bitch.
that over time, the more a human soul chooses evil, because we have a myriad of choices per day between good and evil. And
remember, guys, according to Karen Smith, I am the most evil person on the entire internet. It's me. It's not Myron Gaines. It's not Elijah Schaefer. It's not Nick Fuentes. I am the most evil person on the internet, according to Keri.
even when you're a Christian, you can stumble, you can choose evil, you can sin. You can sin. And if you don't repent of it and you don't acknowledge it and you don't turn away from it, you can keep sinning. You can make more evil choices and more evil choices until you're so far in the darkness, your soul can become perverted and inverted, where you start to take pleasure in evil things, in bad, instead of in good. You start to take pleasure in just vile stuff. Like this guy is happy. Look at him. I think he takes pleasure in the stuff she's saying. It's not just about getting clicks. I think he really genuinely is gleeful about the evil crap that is being spewed on his show right now. And look at these idiot girls just
again with the insults, Keri.
Like it had to be something like Germans wanted to take them out, all of them out.
They damn near
Martin
wiped
said
everybody
something.
off the map.
Something.
They started it.
It's like it's somebody
Damn,
that
he
mad.
cheesing it hard, like, yeah, talk shit about them.
The Holocaust was the only way he can take out a huge population, like a huge amount of Jews all in one setting. But I already know what's going on. Like, I'm not dumb. Like, I know, like, the Jews did something. That's why they sent up here.
Nope.
They're trying to
no
take back.
anti-Semitism.
Like, they're trying to
disavow.
take back and get repercussions, especially from America, like from Americans. So they're taking over the government and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, how do we take them down?
How do we take them down?
Yeah.
I mean,
gotta kill the motherfuckers.
Disavow.
That's the one in the blonde wig right there.
Disavow. No
How
violence.
do we take them down, the Jews, right? She says, I hate to say this, kill the MFers.
Disavow.
I mean, and he laughs. He laughs at it. Like, this is funny. Again, Dion, Queen of the Quotes is here. She's got a great Victor Hugo quote. The malicious have a dark happiness. Yes, that's what you nailed it with that quote. That's what I was trying to say. SW, please stop moralizing. No, I won't. Not at all. If you don't like it, you can leave. I mean, that's something I'm interested in, clearly. Maybe you're new and to the channel and don't realize that, but I am interested in good, evil, objective morality, objective truth. I think society needs more of it. I think we need to make moral judgments great again. I've said that before. So thank you, Dion. Not moralizing. It was what got us into this mess. Thank you. Let me put this back up.
I had to say it.
My bad, y'all.
My bad. Hitler, he had the plan, but his plan was just too very gruesome. If we can say it.
Listen, he has to do what he has to do.
But
you see the host there on the right, the other host, not Myron, but the other guy says he had to do what he had to do. Again, this is just absolute pure filth being spread, and the host Myron on the left there laughing. They love it. They love that this is being said.
He was trying to save the world.
I agree.
It didn't work out.
He's trying to save the world, he says about Hitler. This is where it trickles down from, okay, you've got Daryl Cooper, this Hitler apologist who has now...
Do you have any receipts, Keri?
Been on Rogan.
Do you have
he's
any
going
evidence?
back on Tucker. I think he was just on Tucker a second time. When he was on Rogan, afterwards, Rogan and other guests of Rogan's were saying, oh, he's not a historian. He's not a historian. Okay, but then Tucker has now twice called him. Tucker called him America's most important historian. That's what he called him the first time he was on Tucker's show. Second time he was on, Tucker called him America's most honest historian. And so just like in the woke left, I would say he's one of these versions of the wannabe academic who's spinning the lore. He's creating the narrative. It's not coming from these girls sitting on this Fresh and Fit panel, that's for sure. He's coming up with the narrative. Hitler had to do what he had to do. He was trying to do good things. He was trying to save the world. That's his narrative. That's what he's spinning. It trickles down to people like this. We're at that level where you've now got idiots on idiotic podcasts speaking it because they've heard it so many times now. That's why it's concerning. So, yeah, something's brewing. This is all I'm trying to say is be awake, open your eyes. What's it say in the Bible? Give people eyes to see, ears to hear. And you know what? If we don't want this to become a huge problem that we have to, I don't want to keep talking about it, then let's stamp it in the bud.
Then don't.
Let's prune it.
Let's
get rid of this crap. Let's explicitly say this is not conservative. This is not Christian.
You're not a
this
conservative.
Is craziness.
Keri, you are not conservative. You are a fucking liberal. You are a classical liberal. That is not conservative. You've also only been a Christian for 2 or 3 years. And you're in a cult. Keri is in a Christian cult church. I'm not saying all Christians are in a cult. Well, they kind of are. But not in the same way that Keri's in a cult. Keri is literally in a Christian cult church.
It's not based because it's not based in reality, and we're not gonna entertain this. I was really disappointed to see a lot of people were warning me about Tucker. I took my time to watch the first Daryl Cooper interview because I was just like, I don't want this to be true about Tucker. I really liked him. No, something's wrong.
And
Something is up with that dude and what he's pushing and promoting lately. Something's wrong.
I can't like him anymore.
And so if we don't notice that, open our eyes and see it and say something about it, it's going to keep growing until it's at a point where all these grifting influencer people are going to be like, oh my goodness, where did this come from? Now then they'll turn and suddenly be against it. Then they'll suddenly be anti-woke right and be, once it becomes safe to say that you are, to talk about it and make money doing it, oh my gosh, then there'll be a ton of people.
Guys, Keri is so stunning and brave because Keri is not safe calling out the woke right now. Keri's putting herself in a position of possibly being canceled on the internet because she's calling out the woke right. But someday, because of Keri's efforts, other people will feel safe calling out the woke right too.
It'll be just like it was about criticizing the woke. It'll be, you know, at first, it's going to cost you stuff. I keep seeing people call James Lindsay a grifter for talking about it. Idiots calling him a grifter. I'm like, do you not understand what grifting means? He's lost money. He's lost opportunities. He's lost tons of followers. He's lost friendships. He's lost jobs, gigs, all kinds of stuff. You think he's making? You think this has been good for him personally in any way? No. That's what it was like at the beginning for those of us who were talking about woke left in 2016, 2017. That's what it was like. We lost friendships. I lost my career. Like, you lost things. You were blackballed. It wasn't until several years later that it became like, oh, all of a sudden there's tons of people. I mean, I'm glad, don't get me wrong. I am so glad people were waking up to woke left and are criticizing. I'm just saying, at some point, those of you who woke up late, maybe you don't realize at the beginning, it wasn't some like career path. I didn't start doing a podcast as a career path or like, I'm going to make a killing doing this. No, it was, I left my career. I left my career and I was like, well, I guess I'm just going to work gig jobs, but at least I can say what I want. Now I'm just going to say what I want. Right. I'm going to try and help other people leave the woke left. That's how it started in 2017. And that's what it's like right now. Talking about woke right, it doesn't win you anything. Doesn't win you any favors. James Lindsay's not making money doing it. He's certainly not making friendships or building followers or anything doing it. But mark my words, if we don't nip this in the bud now, in 2 or 3 years, when this is a bigger problem and there's more people willing to speak about it, and then suddenly you can make a living positioning yourself against it or whatever, there'll be a ton more people speaking about it then. I don't even want to get to that place. I would just like for us to nip it in the bud now. Can we just all say this sucks? You're going to have to unfollow probably some of your faves. I did. I had to accept it.
I had to unfollow
you do what you want.
people on Twitter,
I'm just saying,
guys.
Yes, it sucks. It's disappointing. There are some that, like at Tucker Carlson, I've been more disappointed with than some of the others. Some of the others, I was like, oh, that makes sense.
I had to unfollow Tucker Carlson on Twitter.
Is filthy. I got a red flag on some people, right? But on him, I didn't. So that was really sad. But yeah, I can't truck with that crap. We have to stop. We can't let it. It has the same end goals as the woke left. Do you understand? It's like a lot of these people now are admitting they're anti-Constitution. They want to rip up the Constitution. Here's one. Let's look at the oh my goodness. There was another big one. That's how many of these there are lately that I just was thinking about that one. So some of you saw last week, there was another big one, and it was a guy that was on Jubilee. Now, you know, I've been on that show before. I was on it back when they would have, I don't know if they still do the kind of shows they did when I was on there, but they would have like half of the room. The one I was on was like half of us were former leftists and half were former conservatives or something. And so then you would have a conversation. And now they're doing it differently, where they have like one person against 50 people or something. And so anyway, these have become it's become a very popular format. And so there was this guy on recently who was supposed to be representing, I think, conservatives. And all of a sudden in the video, he starts spewing all this stuff that I think it's more accurately referred to as woke right. And here, if you haven't seen it, I think I've almost got this one pulled up. Sorry, I didn't have it queued up because I was like,
the very sweet fascist kid.
About it.
He's also a staunch Catholic.
Oh man, I can show you this too. Sorry for the this is bad
Lack of preparation,
not having this ready
Keri.
to go. Oh no.
Oh no, Keri sucks at YouTube. Not a professional.
I don't have the co-host anymore to help. Okay, we'll find it in a second. Somebody, you know what? Somebody send me the link to that Jubilee guy, please, if you can. I'll read some super chats and then hopefully it'll come in. Okay, John Thomas for $10. Thank you, John. Says, have you seen the new NEA handbook for teachers about the Holocaust? Removes any reference to Jews, merely that the victims were killed for religious, political, and ethnic reasons. What? No, I have not seen this. Is this
Only
real? Are you
Jews were
sure?
killed in the
NEA handbook?
Holocaust.
Okay, I'm writing this down.
Yeah, Keri, this is boring. Come
No,
on.
thank you for
We wanted
letting
more
me
Nazi
know about
fighting,
that.
Keri.
It's very woke, isn't it? That's why they're calling it woke, right? It's very woke in trying to erase certain things. ADL 1992 for 49
You
says
think the
good people
NEA
are
is on
hard
the
to
right?
find if they exist.
Wow.
It sounds like the Flannery O'Connor book. What is it? Good man is hard to find. They do exist, by the way, ADL. I know several good men.
Keri, my audience is getting bored, and you're not saying anything interesting. We're going to fast forward. No super
what's happening
chatting.
with him. They abusive, like they're just.
This is boring, Keri.
It's gonna good.
Boring.
Again, for another super chat. Is that
Oh my god.
of this cult?
Wait, how is Keri going to respond to this? Look at this.
That
Look at that.
brain
Look
left.
at,
Yes.
Look at this asshole in a sweater.
Much more useful to today. Today reek of totalitarianism, as does everything on the left today. I agree. He also says, Randy, thank you again for another super chat for $10. Says the midterms
will be won by the
will not be
Democrats.
won by woke right. Historically, best
Obviously.
chance is that it will be the totalitarian left. Yes, much more useful to continue to expose the old cult you came from.
left.
It's the present bad. No, okay, I agree with the first part.
Okay.
And the second part, I disagree. It's useful to do both. You know why? Because they work hand in
We
hand.
can do both, guys.
Randy.
The woke right and the
I
woke
have to do
left
both
work
at the
together.
same time. This woke right crap is serving as the right hand of woke left. It is helping them. I agree with you. I think it's historically what we're going to see is like, so we had this big cultural win against woke left. And it had some political consequences. We got to see.
You had a big, this is the best freeze frame yet. You had a big cultural win against the woke left. Really, Keri? We've had, when the fuck did we have a big cultural win against the woke left? Because for my money, the woke left has been rioting for months. They've been protesting all the fuck off time. It's still in schools everywhere. You guys haven't done shit about it. We've had a we won, guys. We won. Woke is dead. We won. Okay. That's not real, Keri. That's not real. That is unhinged.
Some really cool political consequences of this cultural shift against woke left. One of those was Trump being elected, right? One of those was people not being held captive by a lot of the woke left's magic words that they use incorrectly, where they incorrectly call you a racist or Nazi or whatever. You know, the way they incorrectly use words and call you a sexist and all that stuff. It's losing its power over time. We got to see a lot of these.
That's what they all do. That's exactly what they all do. Every single person that James Lindsay doesn't personally like is the woke right. Every single person that Keri Smith doesn't personally like is the woke right. And if they don't have hard evidence, they take something and they twist it out of context to make it mean something it didn't mean. Because if they don't like them, then they have to be on the woke right.
Cultural wins. And now it's like the woke right is rearing its head, perfectly timed with those cultural wins, to try and push people back towards the woke left. That's what I think. That's the way I think is going to be useful. I have friends who are just now in the past year or two getting on the fence, like who used to be thoroughly woke left, who are now on the fence after all these years of talking to them, who are just now starting to see some of the excesses of the woke left, who I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe this person's going to have their waking up moment and leave the cult, right? And then what do they see? All these people who claim to be, who are very popular right-wing podcasters and influencers, supposedly right-wing, right? Like Candace Owens. And they're saying insane stuff, and they're like, oh, Well, I definitely don't want to be. I don't want to go over to that. I guess it is what I thought it was. I guess conservatism is what I thought it was. I guess it is a bunch of crazy Hitler praising nonsense like that. That's why it has to be called out. It needs to be cut out like a cancer. How are we supposed to bring people over to the reasonable, reality-based, broad coalition that we're in when we've got this growing cancerous, part over here that a lot of people don't want to denounce? So I have to talk about both. I'm explaining my reasoning. I have to. That part has to go. It needs to be, and not by force. People always want to misunderstand your words. No. I'm talking about people speaking against it, like the way that the liberals didn't about their crazies. It needs to be gatekeeped. ADL 1992 for $4.99. Thank you. Says, do you have any thoughts on the recent South Park controversy? No. I haven't had time. I just saw a little clip of it. In general, I saw something Gary from Nerdrotic posted about it. Like, come on.
I don't care about South Park. I don't give a fuck. Keri, get back to the show.
A conservative for pushing fascism. Like, he's on there saying, he definitely.
Who's she talking about?
Then he started a GoFundMe. They started a GoFundMe to raise money for him.
Oh, they're talking
and
about,
this is one of the ones that I just think is another
name?
Absurd GoFundMe, because this guy is on there talking about how he's a fascist. He's not a conservative.
He's a very
he didn't
sweet
vote
boy.
for Trump. He doesn't support Trump.
Boy.
And he's already, last I saw, I think he had raised $30,000 for pushing fascism. Like, he's on there saying, he wants to use power to silence the people who disagree with him. He's just like the woke left. He's basically like, let's take a page from the woke left. Let's do what they did. Let's be authoritarians. Let's be tyrants, that kind of thing.
Yep. Exactly. What the fuck is that kid's name?
Okay. Well, we may not get to watch it today. I may save it for another episode because I had forgotten about this guy and didn't have it prepared. So
it even looks like a key lime pie.
I don't have a link to it.
It's the color of a good key lime pie. Look at that. Cheers, everyone. Connor, but what is his name? Pine Sap. Thank you. Pine Sap.
Yep.
Pine Swap is.
He says he's
a
very
Catholic,
sweet
Catholic
fascist.
boy.
That's what this guy said.
He is a Catholic.
And that
he's very Catholic.
He's not even a Republican, and that his
he's definitely not a Republican.
His boss saw the interview and fired him. Well, freedom of association. He says, I'm a fascist. Freedom of association. At some
Keri,
point,
indeed.
As far as I know, I didn't see any groups of people trying to get him fired. I didn't see any doxing. Maybe that happened. I didn't see anything like that. I didn't see anybody trying to find him or get him fired. It's just that his video went viral. And I think his boss saw it and was like, well, hey, I don't want to be associated with you. And so he's raised $30,000. Okay, let's watch this short clip of it, and then I'll see if I can find the longer one while this one at least is playing. Now, this is a short clip where he says the reason he went on Jubilee is to spread fascist ideology. And again, he is there on an episode where he's supposed to be a conservative. So it's like, what are you even doing?
So you guys know that communist that was in the chat earlier? The communist that wanted me to talk to Haas? He just DM'd me on Twitter and he said, hey, Karlyn, let me know when you'd like to be taken to school on communism by Chairman Haas Aldine. I'll arrange a conversation. I can relay your preferred pronouns ahead of time as well. So I hate to break it to you guys, but that conversation will not be happening because I find that message to be completely disrespectful based on someone who is asking me to waste my time talking to a fake communist. So nope, not gonna happen.
Here, And the other crazy thing is, if you listen to the other so-called conservatives, these are people who are marketing themselves as right-wing, but they're not.
Blocked.
They're not conservatives. If you listen in the room, you'll hear them clapping for
Unproductive.
him. Like there's approval from the others in the room.
Quite frankly, like
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
okay, well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really
Against
care
the
about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a
Yeah,
Nazi.
sure.
Is the whole thing.
I never called you a
I
Nazi.
care
You
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco
Well,
supporter.
yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
And
thing.
you don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in
What are
democracy.
you doing here at a televised debate?
Because-
This is democracy. Not what a debate and
because
disagreement.
it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean
This is
upholding
great.
free speech after we win.
I'm-
I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment
the
we're in
whole
is
reason
that you guys are so open about it.
the
It's
whole
great.
reason
Say
I
the
mentioned
quiet part loud.
the
Keep saying
whole
it.
reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend enemy distinction.
Past him because of the Nazi
Even
point.
liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what is that.
It's like two people, a woke lefty and a woke righty, looking at each other like not
A
sure what to
woke
say here.
lefty
We
and
are
a
the
woke
same.
righty.
Because that guy would do the same. He would use the power in the same way. Now, before the woke righties in the chat get, I know you're going to defend this. I don't defend this at all, and I will moralize about it. You do not become the monster you're fighting. You don't have. How do you have any leg to stand on to say that authoritarianism is wrong when you yourself are an authoritarian? There's no leg to stand on. How do you have any leg to stand?
Keri, you have literally multiple times in this show argued that Tucker Carlson is not allowed to talk to people that you don't personally approve of. And that if Tucker Carlson dares talk to people that you don't approve of, that everyone should unfollow him on Twitter and that he should be canceled. So how is not the same exact fucking thing, Keri? You want to be able to dictate who people talk to. You want to be able to dictate what ideas people have. You want to be able to dictate what ideas people can consider. You want to be able to dictate who people are friends with. You want to be able to dictate what podcasts can have platforms on the internet. You want to do all of this shit. How is that any fucking different?
On to say some of the ones who try and pretend that they're Christians and LARP as Christians on X, but they're pushing Machiavellianism. They're saying Christians need to be more Machiavellian. C.J. Ingle saying that. C.J. Ingle, who is the partner of Andrew Isker, who's the white nationalist who went on Tucker Carlson. They're the two that are trying to start this white nationalist city in Tennessee. He goes on X. They both LARP as Christians. They have a church. He goes on there and he says Christians need to be more Machiavellian. They need to be more manipulative and dishonest. He says things. He sounds just like a leftist. He's like, we need to get power at all costs. That's not Christianity. That's the opposite of Christianity. Power at all costs. At all costs, willing to do anything. That's you. At that point, what moral distinction is there between you and a leftist? Helena Black, it looks like a moron could convention. Let me see. John, when you excuse evil, you're becoming evil yourself. Yes. I think some of that too. What criteria makes it not Christian? Well, it's the exact antithesis of scripture. Just like
Master Shake. Hello, Master Shake. Fancy seeing you on Keri's show, Master Shake. This was like a month ago, too. Master Shake sneaking in, undercover, infiltrating
yourself. Yes. I think some of that too. What criteria makes it not Christian? Well, it's the exact antithesis of scripture. Just like social justice is the exact antithesis of scripture. You tell people, Jesus wasn't out on the Sermon on the Mount saying, get power at all costs, no matter the cost to your soul. It doesn't matter what you do. Power is the most important thing. Get the power. Yeah. Lie, cheat, steal, become dishonest, kill people, murder, rape, oppress.
He can't be controlled.
That's not Christianity.
Master Shake
can't be really controlled. Need to be spelled out?
Especially not by Keri.
Power at all costs is not Christianity. Machiavellianism is not Christianity. Deception. That's what Machiavellianism is.
You got to go on a whole rant.
Deception and dishonesty and manipulation. That's what C.J. Ingle in his tweets was spelling out. He was saying, we need to be deceptive and hide and lie.
Did you miss it? Did you miss your moment? What's this? Why are you cheating on us with Keri? Why are you cheating on us with Keri? Look at this fucking... Someone take a screenshot of this right now. Someone take a screenshot of this freeze frame right now. We need to use this for something. This is the best all-time Keri freeze frame. Yeah. Explain yourself, Master Shake. Why are you cheating on us with Keri? Hang on.
Cheat, steal, become dishonest, kill people, murder, rape, oppress for power. That's not Christianity. Does that really need to be spelled out? Power at all costs is not Christianity. Machiavellianism is not Christianity. Deception.
Yeah, he was just asking questions.
That's what Machiavellianism is. It's deception and dishonesty and manipulation.
I'm gonna make that that screenshot of Keri an emoji in the chat. I swear to God, I'm gonna do it.
That's what C.J. Ingle in his tweets was spelling out. He was saying, we need to be deceptive and hide and lie about our intentions. That's not Christianity. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you, Master Shake. I am shocked that would even...
If Keri only knew. If Keri only knew that Master Shake was one of ours, she would be very upset.
Need to be explained. It would only need to be explained to a non-believer. Right? How is that possible that someone who believes in Jesus Christ and has read the words of Jesus Christ is like, yeah, power by all means necessary sounds pretty cool. Sounds like Christianity to me. No. It's just as much the antithesis of the gospel as is social justice woke ideology. It is like preaching not just a different faith, but a faith that goes in entirely the other direction of Christ. Rape and murder? Yes. What do you think by any means necessary means? Duh. What do you think it means?
He got her all key schemed off. Oh my God.
Do words not mean things anymore?
Master Shake got her all pissed off and riled up.
Power by any means necessary? At all costs?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Nothing's
God. When Keri watches this, because inevitably someone's going to send Keri a clip of this, when Keri realizes that Master Shake is kind of like, you know, I mean, he can't be controlled. He can't be corralled. He is his own man, obviously. But Keri, he's one of ours, Keri. Now, you can go have all the feelings you want about that. He got you all fucking riled up. But the moment she realizes this, she's going to be so fucking pissed. She's going to be so mad. She's going to be like, that bitch tried to infiltrate my show. And I'll be like, I didn't even know he was fucking over there.
Table, right? It's the ultimate thing you worship. By the way, it's at the top. It's what woke leftists worship too. It is the center of their religion, power. That's why their definitions involve power. That's why they say racism equals prejudice plus power. Sexism equals prejudice plus power. That's why when a woke person dies, they don't say rest in peace. They say rest in power. They worship power. Power is at the center of their faith. And these woke right guys are the same. They're like, power at all costs. It's at the center. Power. We want power. Randy Wallen for $5. I gotta calm down. Again, I'm not mad at you, Master Shake. I'm mad at I get a little fired up about this. This is a debate that's happening.
Real mad at you.
Nothing to do with you personally. Don't take my tone the wrong way. Randy Wallen for $5 says, please consider that most of these examples are paid shills made to make the right look bad. Remember the snap sugar country.
Yeah,
some of them are for sure. But you think that guy is?
Yet.
You think that Connor guy is who lost his job? No, I don't think he is. I know people, like I said, in real life who are going to some of these churches. I know people who've left Joel Webbin's church who talk about the crap that he was spewing there.
You know what's so funny about this? So what we learned a couple weeks ago when the Babylon Bee basically sent one of their reporters to Joel Webbin's church to spy on him, and Keri went with him. What we learned a couple weeks ago is that Keri is running around saying, I know people who have left the cult of Joe Webbin's church, and they've come to me for counseling because they didn't realize they were in a cult, and they came to me for help after they left Joel Webbin's church because he is a woke right Nazi lunatic, and they didn't realize it when they joined his church, and then they came to me for counseling, and I helped them. And what's so funny about that is that Keri did exactly the same thing to me. A couple years ago, Keri, like the reason this show is called The Cult is because Keri and her friends were telling everyone that I formed a cult and I had a cult-like audience and that I was telling my cult to do things. Keri, I swear to God, this is a true story. Keri literally spread a rumor about me that I was forming a cult of people to actually physically hunt her in real life. And she tried to get me deplatformed on Locals because she said, she told Locals, and I know this because I got a call from Dave Rubin about this directly. So this was not an insignificant thing. Dave Rubin actually called me to ask me about this. This was years ago when Dave Rubin was still talking to me. Anyway. So Keri and her friends told Locals that I was using my Locals platform to form a hunting posse. And we were all going to go and physically hunt Keri and her friends. And Keri said I had such a cult-like following that I had brainwashed so many people that we were going to physically hunt them. And then she started telling everyone, she started saying, I know people who have left Karlyn's cult, and they were just brainwashed by her. And they came to me for counseling. And I had to deprogram them from Karlyn's cult, and they saw the light after they came to me for counseling. And then 2 years later, she's doing exactly the same thing to Joel Webbin. They're in his cult, and I don't understand why they joined his cult. And they came to me for counseling, and I helped them. It's like, this is all so familiar, Keri. No, we are in a cult. We are. I kind of figured at some point that evil bitches like this were saying I formed a cult so much that I was like, you know what? They're already saying I'm forming a cult anyway. Why don't I just do it? Like, if people on the internet think I'm running a cult, then why don't I just do it? Like, so yes, you are in a cult. I'm a horrible cult leader. I don't really care if you stay in the cult or not. There are no rules other than you must do everything I tell you to do. But if you don't want to do everything I tell you to do, you can just leave. So I'm actually kind of a horrible cult leader in that respect. But yeah, it's the best cult. It's the best cult because you can leave and it's really not a problem.
Happening in real life. There are real people falling for this. The paid shills, I agree with Randy, with you on this. There's paid shills, there's paid operatives, there's influencers with big platforms. Yes, that's who you're talking about, the influencers. Some of them are getting paid to say this crap. Some of them are just saying it because the algorithm pays. It gives them views and clicks and money. They don't have a conscience and they don't care about what's right and wrong. And so they'll shill anything. Like, people are telling me, oh, I don't think Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. I'm like, yeah, I don't either. I think she's a sociopath. They'll say anything for money and clicks, including anti-Semitic crap. Like, so some of them are paid indirectly because it's popular to say this crap right now. And then on top of that, there's bots. There's tons of them are bot farms. Absolutely. There's foreign countries operating some of these bots who are saying all this crap and trying to make conservatives look, trying to make the right look this way. But all of that is working. And so there are real young people falling for this crap. Just like.
Thank you, Renan. I thought the one rule was there are no rules and being anti-commie, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you do kind of have to be anti-communist if you're going to be in my cult. But beyond that, there aren't really many rules. Hey, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
On the woke left, how that happened. There were bots too. There were paid shills too. And what happened? It took root. It's taking root. It's taking root. And we have to stop that. Like, we have to speak articulately and passionately. And yes, we have to moralize and we have to make the case against it and explain why it's not conservatism and it's not Christianity. And thankfully, a lot of them are starting to admit that they're not conservatives. Like this guy in the video I just showed you admitted that he's not a conservative, that he's a fascist.
They are far more right-wing than conservatives, Keri.
And that he didn't vote for Trump and
Duh.
He doesn't support Trump and
Duh.
He's against the Constitution. That's another part that he says he's against the Constitution. Let's watch this part.
The bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and
whenever it's in your.
Okay, so this is where he's talking about he doesn't agree with the Constitution. He doesn't agree with the First Amendment. Just like the woke left, he would get rid of the First Amendment. I mean, so many similarities with the woke left. Okay.
The bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and
whenever it's in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
So you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree.
Look at these idiots in the room. By the way, this guy, again, you're not in line with Catholic teaching, dude. You're not in line with Christ. You're not in line with Christianity. And those moron, they're co-opting the cloak of Christianity, of Catholicism, like many throughout history have done to prey on people. They'll take on any cloak.
So you support Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders,
who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far right conservatives sitting right around
white
me.
people.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
Problem. So,
well, actually, I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to.
Let me just pause for a second. This guy, by the way, one of his funny verbal tics is that he says, quite frankly, about 1,000 times. If you watch the whole interview, and I went and I looked, I couldn't the full interview portion, at least his segment that I had previously posted, has been taken down. That's why I couldn't find it. So I'm glad I found this clip. So this is part of the beginning of what he was saying. Anyway, he's got a verbal tic like a lot of us do. A lot of Valley girls have the verbal tic, the filler words that people use. They have that filler word of like. They say like all the time, like, and it is really hard to listen to that. You just heard mine. I do all the time. I wish I hadn't told you because now you're going to hear it. Now you're going to notice it if you didn't notice it already. I'm trying to get rid of it. I say a lot. This guy's filler word is just hilarious to me because it's so long. It's quite frankly, and he seriously says it not thousands, but he says it maybe 30 times. Well, it's quite frankly.
I think, quite frankly, these far right conservatives sitting right around
white
me.
People.
Yeah.
No
Absolutely.
brown people. So,
Well,
some of
actually,
you guys,
I have quite.
some of the people in
I
this
have
room
quite-
don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually,
Okay.
hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you.
Okay.
I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white and should stay that
How
way.
does the United States? I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? So, what's your name?
My name is my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt.
Okay, so that was just one of the clips of this guy, quite frankly. Quite frankly, I'm sure no one in this audience ever noticed, Keri. Are you being sarcastic? Yeah, you guys noticed. You noticed that I say too much. I am trying to root it out. I don't like filler words when I listen to other people, and so I don't want to have them in my own speech. The problem is I don't listen to myself, and so I really only listen to myself if I'm on another show or something and I'm trying to find a clip, and that's when I notice it. I should have somebody telling me, this is what you say all the time. Okay. Randy, this guy's like a man on the street interview. So easy to find an idiotic example who does not represent any real percent of the voting public. Maybe not, but it's still a growing ideology. It's still growing. At what point does it become? At some point, you could have said that about the woke left too. You could have said, "Let me go find an idiot."
I need to pee. I'll be right back.
Oh, this doesn't represent any. Probably in 2013, 2014, if you'd found me on the street or one of my cohorts who were speaking woke left, oh, this is an idiot on the street. They don't represent the voting public. I mean, that's true, but look how fast things spread, right? Like wildfires. John Thomas for $5. Thank you. Says Sydney Sweeney being the face of American Eagle shows that the world is healing. I don't give a flip what the loser on Jubilee says. He's not Christian or conservative. I agree. He's not Christian or conservative. Sydney Sweeney is that pretty actress, right? I think I know who she is. John Thomas for $5. I disagree it's taking root, but agree that we should condemn it before it does. Keri, there's a small but sizable number of Catholics that do believe like him. Well, yeah, and a lot of them are public and influential. That's the thing. There's a lot of these high-profile, influential podcaster people who've so-called converted to Catholicism lately, and I think a lot of them are full of crap. I think a lot of them are absolutely full of crap, and they're using it like a cloak. Not all of them, but several who have large platforms, yes. And I do think it's okay if we disagree, but I do think it's taking root. I think we're seeing more and more evidence of it, of young people like the Fit and Fresh guests who are just blah, blah, vomiting this stuff out. Young people we don't listen to, the old media died off, and for good reason, because they were lying to us. They were propaganda, and they were pushing woke left ideology on the masses, right? So people started listening to what became popular alternative media, great new media, right? Podcasts, what have you. Now you've got the alternative media and the new media. A lot of the most influential, largest size audiences are now pushing this crap, or at least hosting repeat guests who are pushing this crap. So why do you think young people are suddenly saying all this dumb woke right stuff? I want to show you a compilation. The guy I mentioned earlier, his name is Nathan Livingstone, Milk Bar TV. Now, I think this is one of the coolest guys on X right now and on YouTube.
He's a Zionist propagandist.
There's a lot of
course, Keri
grifting
thinks he's great.
pieces of crap. There's a lot of people who are willing to say
he makes content I agree with, and so he is amazing, guys.
Anything, no matter how vile, in order to get clicks, who are willing to say anti-Semitic things, for example, in order to either they're getting paid or because it's good for the algorithm, so they're getting paid indirectly or whatever. This guy is one of the few who is willing to say what I think is the truth, even when it's unpopular, and to face the repercussions for it. He's getting sued by the Tate brothers. he and several other ex-users who've been doing these compilation videos and showing some of these bad predatory characters who are preying on young people among the right. They're currently, think of them like predators who are roaming, like sharks who are swimming in this ocean of like right-wing stuff right now, and they are preying on young people. And he's one of the ones who's been doing compilation videos, and several of the compilation videos he's done are of Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate's own words, exposing them as predators, talking about having sex with minors, talking about exploiting women and exploiting men and shaking men down for money and all of their life savings and laughing about it, turning men into paupers, laughing about it, video clips of them abusing women. Like he shows their own videos in their own words. So they've slapped him and several others with a defamation case, and I guarantee you they're going to lose. But in the meantime, with this lawfare, they're going to rack up a lot of legal bills for him. So he and some of the others have a GoFundMe. What do you want to bet they've raised collectively, the ones who are being sued by the Tates, less money than that fascist we just saw from Jubilee who got fired for being an idiot fascist. That idiot fascist has raised more money than them. So I'm going to plug his GoFundMe at the end of this. But let me show you this. This is a compilation video he did. I saw this morning. He said, hey, it's kind of funny. He says, I just don't know where young people are getting all this
Isn't it funny how voluntary association kind of works both ways? And sometimes people do actually want to voluntarily associate with that young Catholic kid who was speaking his mind. And by the way, again, I don't personally know Pine Sap. I've never talked to him, but I've heard enough about Pine Sap to know that he's actually just a really kind of decent person. And he's not a bad person. And you might disagree with his ideas. I certainly disagree with some of his ideas. But I'm not going to drag him on the internet because he's not a bad person. He's not mean. He's not vicious. He actually just really loves Catholicism and talks about Catholicism like all the F off time. And it's just kind of like, okay, Keri, well, guess what? Some people do want to voluntarily associate with that, and some people do want to give him money and support him when he needs it. And if your Zionist influencer friends don't get the same thing, too bad, so fucking sad.
Hitler stuff from. And he's really good at taking clips and kind of showing you, like, this is what the ecosystem is like right now. This is what people are consuming.
My young adult son's eyes were open to a lot of the lies during COVID. But now I'm hearing things from him that it makes me fear for his discernment. For example, he expressed some anti-Semitic takes on history that maybe Hitler's motives for wanting to be rid of the Jews weren't so wrong. Do you know some of the names of the influencers who are taking advantage of the conservative youth movement?
So first of all, I do know the names.
God.
Get on our feet to welcome.
Can we just talk about boomers suck, man. Conservative MAGA boomers are the worst. I'm worried that my precious darling is thinking anti-Semitic thoughts. Do you have any advice for children who are thinking anti-Semitic thoughts? Conservative boomers are the worst. Conservative boomers are the problem. Conservative boomers are why everything is so fucked up. They don't listen. They don't want to solve problems. They can't. It's just like, it's,
To the stage, Candace Owens.
The Nazis experimented on innocent people. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd.
So give it up for Dave Smith, everybody.
Yeah, we all know Churchill is the villain. I thought that was common knowledge.
I was in London 2 weeks ago. Like that, they didn't win the war in any meaningful way.
Following World War II, things kind of started falling apart.
It almost couldn't have gone worse.
I'm not going to repeat them because that only makes them and their little irrelevant circle bigger.
So I wanted to invite you onto the podcast.
Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. The Holocaust didn't happen.
Jake Shields, who's a friend of mine.
She said something along the lines of, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And I was like, oh, my God, bro.
I'm just so sick of hearing that, you playing along with something that you just know is bullshit.
Dave Smith, and I like Dave.
Nick's a real talented guy.
Even someone like Daryl Cooper. I talked to Daryl recently. We kind of made amends.
America's most honest and best informed historian, Daryl Cooper.
Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
True.
Primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did.
I really love Europe, truly, as an American. But it's so degraded. I'm not even going to say would it actually be worse or not.
It was an existential threat because if Germany won, they would have seized Russia. Who knows what the world would look like today?
Right. It's hard to say. Worse, better, we have no idea to know, right?
Oh, God. He's just very pro-Germany.
Listen to what he's talking about. He was trying to encourage community, encourage, family values, remove the perversion. He wanted to instill morals.
I like Hitler. I do not. The Holocaust is not what.
The thing of it is, Keri, the thing of it is German is a really unfortunate language in that if people are speaking German, they sound like they're being really mean and evil to people who do not speak German because German is a really unfortunate language. However, now, currently in 2025, we have the benefit of AI. And AI has translated Hitler's speeches into English so that now people can actually watch his speeches in English and understand what he was saying. Listen, I used to be I'm one of those super fucking nerdy kids that when I was younger, I used to like to read the encyclopedia. I did. And I was very excited. And this is going to tell you how old I am, which of course is 29, but maybe I'm a bit older than 29. I remember when we got an encyclopedia on CD-ROM. And the cool thing, and this is back when I was a teenager, and the cool thing about the encyclopedia on CD-ROM was that it had videos to it. And so it wasn't just reading text on a screen. You had videos and you had pictures and all this stuff, and you could watch the videos. And because I'm a precocious child at that point, and because I liked learning about history, I always wanted to learn about the most extremist things in history. I know that's really shocking to people who see me now, and all I cover is extremist content. But when I was younger, I used to really like learning about extremist things in history. And so I went right to the World War II section in the CD-ROM that my parents got with the encyclopedia. And I was like, I want to watch Hitler. That's what I did when I was a teenager. I swear to God. But the funny thing about it is the Hitler speeches in the CD-ROM when I was a teenager, they had the speeches, but they were all German. They were all in German. You didn't know what the fuck Hitler was saying. And I'm isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that throughout history, up until very recently, the only kind of video we've seen of Hitler has been him talking in German, which makes him look extremely angry because German is a very unfortunate language in that German is a very aggressive language. But now that we have the AI, we can actually watch Hitler giving his speeches in English, and maybe we'll do a whole episode where we watch Hitler's speeches in English, and maybe some people will have a different understanding of listen, I think it's important that we all learn from history. Obviously, Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. Obviously, that's true. Obviously, Hitler is burning in hell. Obviously, no less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, and that was horrible and a tragedy, and we should always perpetually feel guilty about that event. Obviously, gas chambers have wooden doors. These things are all true. We disavow all anti-Semitism on this channel. No anti-Semitism allowed. Bagels are awesome. I am on YouTube. I am just saying. But maybe someday we should actually just watch the Hitler speeches in English and just listen to what actually happened. And probably it's going to be the worst thing we've ever heard in our lives, and probably it's going to be terrible and wrong. And, it'll be good to have that confirmation. It'll be great to have that confirmation once and for all that he was indeed the worst person that ever lived.
Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
I'm not going to repeat them because that only makes them and their little irrelevant circle bigger.
There's something about you and I coming together.
It's a great song.
So go follow Milk Bar TV. I told you I would share his it's not just him, it's several different people who've done these compilations who are being sued. And here, let me just put this up on the screen. They have a give, send, go for all of them. And they're trying to raise 100,000. They've raised 17,900. And this is for several different it's not just him, it's several different users who are being sued. Okay. Andrew and Tristan Tate are attacking free speech. Andrew and Tristan Tate are attacking free speech and trying to silence online voices. They're suing us for sharing court documents and victim testimony from criminal cases involving allegations of human trafficking, organized crime, and rape, as well as their own public videos and posts where they describe how they recruited and exploited women in the sex industry. We also shared our opinions based on those facts. Now they're using the courts in a way that we believe is meant to intimidate and crush citizen journalism and unmask anonymous accounts so those individuals can be targeted and harassed. The truth is simple. We shared court documents, news reports, victim testimony, their public videos and posts, and opinions based on these facts. We shared the truth. We shared opinions. Now they want to silence us. But this isn't just about us. It's about crushing free speech and taking away everyone's right to speak out or share verified facts. So, they go on to talk about what the Tate brothers have been formally charged with, because a lot of people still don't realize that they have been formally charged with human trafficking, trafficking minors, engaging in sex acts with minors.
Yeah, just for the record, I don't like the Tate brothers at all in any way, and I don't support them. And I think the Tate brothers are really bad news, and I think that people should be a lot more cautious of them than they're being. But we're going to fast forward through the whole Tate brothers thing.
Of what's being said in those clips. You can show it in full context and it doesn't suddenly, oh, they were saying the opposite of what we're showing here. No, they weren't. That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying. John, I select Keri as my partner for breakfast and more bacon for me. Yeah, my husband likes that because he loves bacon. So, Lindsay, I knew it. The bacon people always show up. You bacon people were more relentless than the wokies. I'm kidding. Lindsay, the cynical geek, says bacon's the food of the gods. I deny this heresy. I never, even when I was a kid, couldn't stand it. I don't know what. Some people I think are just born without the bacon gene. I could not. I would smell it cooking. I grew up in South Carolina where bacon was a staple breakfast food. I would smell it cooking and want to vomit. I would feel nauseated. I would have to open the window. I told my dad, please open the windows when you make bacon. It smells so gross. Robert Lowry for $10. That's it. I'm bringing bacon for the house concert. No, you can bring it. Just keep a lid on it. You can bring it. Are you coming? Are you coming to Texas? My husband and I are having another house concert. It's going to be August 9th. And this one's going to be classical piano with an opera singer, a friend of his who's a soprano. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Robert has come to a couple of them. It would be nice to see you again, Robert. Randy Wallen for $5. We're going to lose the midterms.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that too.
Yeah, definitely.
Trump will be impeached and removed. No more judges, inquiries, or legislation. Yep. The woke right will be an afterthought. Yeah, but they will have helped, is what I'm saying. They will have helped. And they're going to keep helping. That's what I think. Wait, did I get all of those? They're part of the same operation. They're part of the same, what's that phrase I like that somebody left me that comment and I just love it. So I use it a lot, but it's like the woke left and the woke right are two sides of the same arse, two cheeks of the same arse. That was the best comment I got about it. I was like, yep, that's what I'm going to use from now on. It's all the same arse. Good grief is with me. She says, I don't eat pig. Oh, but it smells amazing.
Is this all Keri's talking about? Are we just talking about bacon? Are we done? Are we done? Is there anything more,
okay.
Keri?
Now we're hanging out. I'm done. I'm not going to show any more video clips of.
All right, we're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. That is our descent into woke right insanity for the day. 4 hours, 9 o'clock. All right, that's pretty good. All right, well, guys, that is all I have for today. I want to remind people that I will be live at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening for Socialism Saturday. I appreciate it when if you guys would mount the like button on the way out the door. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you stop by for Socialism Saturday. On Socialism Saturday, we watch real radical revolutionary socialists. I don't know what we're watching yet, but it's going to be great. Actually, I kind of do know. I think we're going to watch that Queer Marxism lecture that I found from Columbia. That's probably what we're going to watch. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. And until then, take care, guys. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.